Green light. Go, go, go. Alright, good morning, slash good afternoon, slash good evening, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Welcome to the August Endurance. We're here at the Hungaroring. And I'm getting feedback in my ear, but now sorted. There we go. Yeah, welcome to the Hungaroring. A very short, very narrow, twisty track here. It's our August Endurance and number 8 of the year. They fly by. They really do. We're just about to get underway here. We've got a 4-hour race coming up for you, both GT3 and GT4. About 20 GT3s, and then we do have 4 brave GT4s out there. They're gonna have a possibly a little bit of a lonely time, but they're here, and it's good to see them. Keeping an eye on that Twitch chat, so do send your comments in or any notices or anything like that. And if any drivers are watching as well, do send in any questions or any remarks that something's happened with your team. Maybe they've come under issue. Just let us know. Send us a message, and that'll help us out quite a lot. We are just under formation lap at the moment. They've just got themselves underway, waiting for a case to get themselves figured out with the skin pack at the moment. But they'll be done by that time formation lap has ended. So 23 cars are joining us tonight, and so actually 19 GT3 cars here. Obviously, this is part of the bigger picture, that being that there is an overall championship, the Endurance Championship here with GRG. So when you sign up, you are given a team number, an ID, an identification, you could say. Every time you sign up to one of these events, you get given that, and you get to use that. It'll stay with you the entire season. You use your identification, so you can change your car and you can change your team name. You just stick with your identification number so we know who you are. And now we'll get points throughout the season. If you're really going for that team game and you see that the amount of people in GT3 and maybe the challenge in GT3 is a little too much, it might be wise to step down into GT4 if you're looking for that overall points haul throughout the season. But of course, 12 endurances, 12 months. It's quite a long season. Obviously, minimum race distance we do is 4 hours. We had a 6-hour out at Spa-Francorchamps last month out. That would have been a 9-hour, but that was shortened ever so slightly to a 6-hour. And that's what I think we do normally final out the year in December with a 12-hour, which I hope we'll do again. Here, so I think we're still going through the formation lap. We're almost halfway through the lap, slowly but surely getting as we go up on your screens now. We do see.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to again do it. Once we get going green, I'm gonna have to redo it for whatever. The skin packs never install for me. Like, I will do them and nothing happens. They just never install. I don't understand why, but yeah. So I'm gonna have to try it again once we get going green and kind of down the line a little bit. I will refresh it once again. We'll go to like an ad break in like half hour, and we will try the skin pack once again.
Indeed, that's a little odd. There we go. We've got Stefan Kui then. So Bentley 123. We saw that a couple of months ago at Nürburgring. The Bentleys were the ones to beat. And well, the 107 is they're always up there.
Double filing now, coming to the start. The cars will be going green just outside of the final corner here. 4 hours of this racetrack. It's gonna be a fun race. It's gonna be an enduring race for sure in comparison to some of our other 4 hours. This is a tricky track to get around. It definitely exhausts you. Getting ready, waiting for the lights to go out here. Still red, and green they are. The cars are rolling. So they got kind of far down the start-finish line there. Got past it. 4 wide, 5 wide even down into turn 1 through the pack. Instantly, the 46 Bentley starting from P2 loses spots. Way off the racetrack there, the 981 at turn 1. Trying to break out to a big gap is Stefan Kui in the 107, as you mentioned. Trying to get out to that early lead. Looking down the field, the cars are just piling in there. 3-4 wide all the way through the first 2 corners. Ooh, a little bit of contact there and around for an Aston. 3 cars, 4 cars,
Whoa,
5.
whoa.
I'm trying to... There we go. Oh, big pile up here
Big
to
pile up.
start the race. Lots of damage. The GT4 is trying to navigate their way through. What an eventful start to the race that was. As they cross the Sector 1 timing line, now we can see correct positions on the board. What happened here? We will have to back that one up and check it just shortly.
Need some time to process what just went on there. Everyone made it through turns 1 and 2, but the pinch point at turn 3 and going up to 4 and 5. We said earlier this track is exceptionally narrow, and I think one car actually just made a mistake on the AstroTurf under acceleration going through that kink at turn 3, lost it, and well, everyone else is so close at that stage at the start of the race. No one really had anywhere to go, and it just sort of snowballed into quite the large affair. Obviously, a couple of GT4s having to take some evasive action as well. But yeah, there's a couple of cars with damage. James Casey, the 85 McLaren's got a bit of damage to that front nose, along with Mishra as well in the 64 Porsche. That McLaren, the 85, coming into pit road along with the 53. That is one of the Bentleys. I think that's what the Bentley was started 7th or 8th. But the 46, who started second, dropped back quite some margin there at the start. Like I said, it was 3-4 wide going into turns 1 and 2. That front group doing well to avoid any sort of contact. It was that mid pack which was then the issue.
Yeah, it looked like as if there were 2 Astons that were side by side going through the kink, and it looks like there was a little bit of contact between them. We'll go back and check it here shortly. But it looked like as if there was a little bit of contact between them, kind of pushing one of them onto the AstroTurf, as you mentioned. The car was a little bit unsettled as getting on the accelerator hard, just snapped on him there, and then as you said, just snowballed at the funnel point of the racetrack there, basically. Definitely not an easy thing. There's a little bit of lunge here from the 46. Nice placement on the banner there. We can't see anything as they come around the corner. I do believe that camera set 1 is going to be the better set for this racetrack just because of these banners on the final sector. Meanwhile, through all this, Gavin Moore in the 24 car has jumped his way up to the 16th position and first in class. Being able to jump the other GT4s. Obviously, he did qualify on pole, but due to a slight grid order issue for GT4 cars for some reason, they were lined up out of order. Oh, contact at turn 1. The 414 just spun the 46 under braking. Be careful on the rejoin, bud. Gets it back online. Good. No more contact, and we're going green still. Unfortunate there for Christian. Again, qualifying up on P2 and drop back on the start, and then now getting involved in other incidents. That is why, being able to get out to that big lead as Stefan Kui has here at the start of this race is really important to be able to just kind of set the standard and just get away from any incidents that you can be involved in, at least for the first handful of laps.
Yeah, especially for Christian here, who's certainly thinking that he's out of position now, qualifying in the top 3 there. Now he's down down P12. He'll be out of position relative to his pace compared to those around him. So when he is trying to catch up to re-overtake those positions he's lost, he may get called out with the others around him if they're braking a couple of meters earlier or not get on the throttle as early as he deems that he can himself. He's going to get called out by the other drivers around here, which might have been what caused that at turn 1. I didn't quite see it myself, but there's a long race. We're only 5 minutes into it, and if you're going to have an accident, you might as well have it at the start of the race.
Absolutely. I mean, at least here you have time to recover. We're going to go ahead and watch, try to find the incident off the start, or like just rewatch the race start here. So again, I mean, 4 or 5 wide even going down into turn 1. Cars all bottlenecking, missing the corners, going wide, trying to keep it as tight as they can. coming down towards turn 2. I do believe this is turn 2. Might even be roster's turn 3. I don't know how they consider the kink in between those two. And then down here, just behind. Oh, okay. So it was a Mercedes and an Aston hitting each other. Let's go back this up. It was a Mercedes and an Aston Martin just back here make contact, and results in the spin for the Aston. The 992 goes around, and then the Mercedes also goes around and just creates this huge bottleneck funnel of cars that seems like no one knows what to do. Let's get an onboard shot here from this McLaren, who just kind of came into the incident late, possibly couldn't have seen what was going on. Comes around and just cars just start fanning everywhere. Absolutely a dramatic scene there from the start of the race. But I do find that it'll be hard pressed to not place blame here on this Mercedes that is just up the grid right here. I do believe this 26 car. I feel like that's gonna be hard pressed to not give them the penalty for this massive incident, and I'm gonna be curious as to how the stewards will rule that one to just kind of add penalty onto the already big injury with the wreck.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll appear in a moment. It's very clear cut who might have caused that one. That Mercedes, though, after the initial punt with the car ahead, basically got ping-ponged around down that little straight there. And yeah, like I say, cars trying to choose a direction to go, but when you have multiple cars facing wrong ways and going in directions which they really shouldn't be, it's very hard to make your way through. Of course, that poor McLaren there at the back had nowhere to go. He thought he saw an opportunity, a gap to get through, but there was a car basically standing still, so it was very much luck of the draw.
Yeah, and of course you also got to pair that with the fact that it is the race start, so everyone is trying to get as many positions as they can there, and so whenever you see a wreck at the start of the race, maybe you're not as inclined to just back off and slow down to avoid it. Rather, you kind of want to try to find the dicey way through it and try to gain as much time as you can right now. So that I could have also added to the incident tally there. Just, you know, cars trying to get every inch of the racetrack that they can. 3 wide here, contact for the 994. Goes with a slow spin to the inside. Manages to regather themselves, though. As it appears, this McLaren's had a change of number, so hopefully for their sake, there's not too dramatic of an issue with their driver swaps for having the incorrect number here, because they are signed up as the number 7, but currently are running as the number 8. One of the common issues and glitches within ACC is whenever cars get false numbers applied by a broken entry list, basically. The game likes to get issues and results in some people not being able to get driver swaps in correctly. Looking at the Twitch chat. Ruben, the livery is not there at the moment because skin pack issue. We'll fix it within the next like 20 minutes. We'll go to a brief ad break, and then I will refresh the server and hopefully get the skin pack installed correctly then. There's a 10-second penalty for the 414 car for the incident with the 46 on lap 3 at turn 1 when we were watching that with the Bentley getting spun. down in the turn 1. So that one obviously a much easier incident to come to a conclusion on than the lap 1 incident. So that is, of course, a problem. We watch here these 3 cars fighting for position still. This is the battle for the top 5. Up front is still Stefan Quig in the 107, just trying to check out and build as much of a gap as possible. Currently 3.5 seconds. Maintaining just a good, clean pace. That's exactly what you want to do whenever you qualify on pole. You want to try to get out and just have a good start and a good day. Meanwhile, down the field, you got 36 car looking to make a move here on the 991 Lexus through sector 2. They do call this track the Monaco of Grand Prix circuits. It's around contact between the 46 and the 991, possibly frustration there for Christian and trying to force the issue, and contact was found. Let's go back and rewatch this incident here through sector 2.
Yeah, that 46 is not having a good time. Things we know it has the pace. So we'll have a look.
Kind of looked like the 991 kind of opened up the inside a little bit, so the 46 was a bit opportune, tried to get up the inside. And the 991 just went and took the racing line, and the 46 was there. Not fully there, but was there. So that'll be a curious one to look at. But again, I think that forcing the issue there from Campreger, you really you don't need to make that type of move that quickly, especially with the seemingly pace that he had over the 991. It was not entirely necessary to be trying to make a move quite that aggressive, I would say, this early on.
No, it's certainly not in the early stages of the race, and through that section of the track, through 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, all of those sort of left to rights, they are very much single file corners, pretty much, unless you are with a multi-class car around with you. But there was a gap. It was a very small one, and I don't really think that was something that should have been invited upon. Really, Christian sort of the getting frustrated, like you say. There's a slip down from the top 3 all the way down to 15th now, and yeah,
watching the team cars fight here. Not to interrupt you, but possibly a little bit of team orders there. Maybe some damage for the 991 after that incident just a second ago at the 46, letting the 2 team cars through into P12 and 13, now sliding down to 14th. But anyways, yes. Not to interrupt your story.
Nah, it's quite alright, but we'll see if that 46 can regain any of that pace that they've. But we know they do have, but got to have a cool head behind the wheels to begin with, and we'll see if that develops for them. Obviously, at 414, the 10-second penalty as well is about right for the time, but that was lost for this 46. But now the 46 obviously lost even more time on their own accord, so it's a bit of a snowball effect for them at the moment. But I'm sure they'll figure it out during this stint. If not, they can always send that driver change and get the other driver in, allow Christian to cool down possibly just a little bit if he needs it.
Yeah, absolutely. You've already kind of gotten into a bad spot after the start of the race, but you don't want to dig yourself into too much bigger of a hole than you're already in. We're going to jump down to the GT3 fight here, or GT4 fight, sorry. We got 3 cars in a line for GT4. It's going to be P2 in class. What is the gap? It's 10 seconds from the 24 down to the 12. This 53 Bentley is actually racing for position, was involved with damage at the start of the race, and is trying to work their way back up the field here slightly. Going to open up an invitation here, possibly for the 12 to go around the KTM. This is the first time we've had a KTM entered into any of our races, fun fact. There has not been one to attend the endurance events yet.
You mean this year? I feel like we had one last year.
Ever since we began with the modern, if you will, so that would be since November of last season.
I'm thinking Monza last year. I think we had one.
Yes. I do believe so, but that was during kind of the
olden times.
Those kind of the preliminary races, the kind of figuring out all of the pieces. But ever since we've kind of got it established as to how we want to run these things and how we do them, that KTM has not actually officially been entered for a recorded event. That's the way
the 23 car, Suter, then you can see on your left-hand side, has been awarded a drive-through penalty. That's not appeared on the race control, which means it has to be for track limits. But track limits in 18 minutes of a race?
Yeah, that's
surely not.
That is rough. If you're getting track limits this early on, I do feel bad.
I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but that's very quick. There's maybe a record. It's interesting. We know Suto, so we know that they're a quick driver, but yeah, have a look at that. Nissan GTR, it's very scraped up.
Once again, there, Christian was looking around the outside of, give me just a second, the outside of turn 10, trying to get past the 991. So again, I mean, we just watched these cars make contact there, and once again, they're racing. I mean, it's a good recovery by Christian to already be back up to the tail end of the 991. Obviously, there's pace in that Bentley. It just needs to get it, just start to get his head down and start to put in good laps. He's only behind by just about a sector. It's really not that dramatic of a gap at the moment. I mean, obviously it's a lot, but it's not like he's almost a lap down. So if he can keep his head down, put in some clean laps, and maybe have a little bit of misfortune fall Stefan Kui's way, we could definitely see him try to start to regain back up the field. Meanwhile, we've been missing it here watching that battle. The leaders are coming through the GT4 field at the moment, trying to put these cars a lap down. These cars are still in a line. The KTM has jumped up to P2 now, getting past the Aston Martin. And again, the GT3 cars are trying to sneak their way through at the moment.
Kind of tricky around here. You see those GT4s running kind of wide through the right-hander. It's hard to be done around here. The McLaren forcing that issue there on the GT4 and to send it out wide. In that middle sector there, it's so tight and narrow that the GT3s just need to be patient. They don't want to be patient. They're so much quicker than a GT4 car. They just want to, if they could, they go right through them. But unfortunately, they obviously can't. But the first and last sectors are much more open in relative sense compared to that middle sector. And if you get stuck behind a GT4, and there are only 4 of them, so you do get quite unlucky if you are getting stuck behind them there. It's difficult. It's really annoying. There's a big move possibly there for the 35, looking on the Bentley ahead of it. There, that's long. There in the 35 car, the Porsche actually side by side. Then
they're about to go 3 wide with the KTM here. Oh, the 35 being a little bit more brave. And gets the spot done using the GT4 essentially as kind of a pick in a way, trying to steal some fear into the 981 to back out of that incident, or back out of that pass. So, I mean that's a bold move, but a very valid and good one in my opinion there by Adam Long there to force the issue and be the one who was stronger and more confident under brakes. Gets the job done into P6 now.
It does in that, obviously. The 981 backed out of it. I think they backed out of it much more aggressively or politely than they should have. They almost looked like they came to a stop there, but
414 appeared to
choose your
have a
battles.
spin on their own. I think there doesn't appear to have any form of contact from that. There was no one else really around them. They just kind of were slow on the racetrack. We're still waiting response as, another big twitch from the 414. Is Porsche not very happy? Maybe some damage on the front end from earlier incidents. Oh, big curb there. Be careful, you're getting past. But as I was just mentioning, we're still awaiting a review and response for the lap 1 incident down at turn 3. I don't know if there was I don't know if they just haven't come to a conclusion. Maybe they feel like some drivers could have done better at avoiding making the contact larger. I mean, there was an incident there, so it would be a yellow flag sector, so going full throttle towards that, maybe the race control is reviewing that and going to make multiple penalties possibly out of that incident. I don't know, but we're still awaiting the review.
Yeah, we'll soon see that 46 now being given the 10-second penalty for the incident we saw in that 911 earlier, which is, well, we saw that one coming pretty easily. It's just a matter of when, not if. So that makes, it just adds insult to the injury to that 46 car. So they are going to lose a place for that 911 and get dropped back into the stages of that 64 Porsche and 15th. But we're not yet halfway through the first stint, so we've still got a way to go. And we'll wait and see if if anyone actually goes to that driver change to begin with, or if everyone's going to be doing 2 doubles tonight.
These cars, again, both of these have had a incident, the 414 and 46 here. Both of them have a 10-second penalty as well. Ooh, little bit of a shove there from Christian. Again, being just ultra aggressive, trying to get the moves done quickly. Kind of moving Pawson out of the way just slightly. Go and get as many spots as he can. I mean, Christian really wants to get his way back up this field. You can just feel it and sense it and see it. There's frustration inside of this Bentley, and he is going. He has no intent of hiding and waiting around.
No, he really doesn't. His last lap actually was a good 3 seconds quicker than those ahead of him was doing the 145.2 in that previous lap. The 992 and the 993, they both did 147s. So the 46 is quicker, and they are only a couple of seconds up the road, both those Aston Martins, along that 994 as well. So again, we know that this car has the pace of 46. It's just keeping it consistent and keeping it on the track and make sure you're just not getting involved into the incidents.
Meanwhile, up front, responding to not getting involved in any incidents, Stefan Quees having about the simplest and quietest day you could possibly ask for. Just cruising up front right now. The Team M Sport Steamboat Racing just going to town. I mean, surprisingly, though, I mean, I guess you don't know about it surprisingly, but Max Leinart in the Audi is really not losing a lot of time. Over the last 20 minutes, he's only lost 1.2 seconds to Stefan Quees. So the Audi showing some pretty good pace. And again, just behind him, you also have Justin Yap, who's also maintaining pretty good pace to keep up with them. So we might have a pretty good fight within this top 4. Who are all showing pretty similar lap times each time around. The fastest of that one was Yap in the 17 car.
Yeah, those top 4 are they're all doing a very good job at the moment. You could even say the top 5. Everyone in the top 6 are all equal distance to each other there, and then the gaps start to appear. The 46 has now made his way past Makarov and the 992 car, so those are 2 of the Aston Martins displaced. So he's starting to get a move on, starting to use that pace to his advantage. Got through both the Aston Martins with the help of the Camaro and the Aston Martin GT4 cars, a little bit of lapsed traffic, and he was able to make his way through as well, along with the Porsche the 414 as well. Possum made his way through the 993 too. So yeah, 2 cars are there trying to make their way back up the order, which I'm sure they're going to do. They're starting to get their act together now.
Yeah, I mean, both these cars do have really good speed, as you mentioned, especially with that 46 car. Like you said, he's running, the same type of lap times that the leaders have been as of late. So he obviously feels like and hopes that he can get back up into that top 5 fight. And again, obviously, he's got to feel like as if he deserves to be in that top 5 fight. But just incidents and moments appearing. This is why it's endurance racing. This is why this is why you do the race and not just qualifying, because you run into issues and things like this do occur. As we're going to try to watch here as he comes up on the back of the KTM here in the middle sector. We're actually going to watch on board from the car behind how that move goes. To be able to get it done cleanly on the straight. Through they go on the GT4s. This is the second time that the GT4s have been lapped so far this time around. So it looks like as if the pace gap between the GT3s and GT4s will be pretty dramatic for the most part. We're going to come back down here. There's a fight for the 3rd and 4th place spots in GT4. The 22 and 12, both of them trying to race together. The 22 team is kind of the misfit team, if you will. Both of the drivers that are in that car had their co-drivers have to back out with just a couple of days remaining, and they essentially entered the field on a whim. Basically, they just kind of like, hey, let's just race together since we were going to race anyways, but we can't now. And well, here they are. They're running, they're racing, and yeah, I'm sure that there wasn't a ton of time for practice to get the setup dialed in for both of them, but they got it done, and here they are on the field, so it's obviously much appreciated, and it adds another GT4 car to the field, so I'm sure everyone really appreciates that one. Multi-class racing is obviously the goal with these endurances, and so the more we can have it, the better. We're going to take a short break here. I'm going to attempt to reinstall the skin pack to the game, and in the meantime, those of you who are here will be watching a ad, unless if you're subscribed to us on Twitch, in which you will have a nice time watching a banner. Do have fun, and we will be back within a couple of minutes, hopefully with the skin pack working. one. Alrighty, we should be back from the ad break by now. And we are underway still here at the Hungaroring. The skin pack is installed correctly. Finally, got it to work. It is in, and hopefully that does not become an issue next month once again. The skin pack is here. We can see all the beautiful liveries that the teams have made for all of these cars, and we are racing. Looks like a proper grid now rather than a show day of a bunch of gray cars.
Yeah, it's weird. Sometimes they're grey, sometimes they have the base layer on, but with no detail. If they made it in game, it's a bit odd, but obviously we do like to see the cars in all their glory.
Still fighting for position here. The 12 and 22 have been racing really, really hard for last place in the GT4 field. I mean, these guys, neither one of them seem to be able to get a gap on the other. Absolutely just neck and neck. Same lap times, same everything between them. They get past at the same time. So this car's going to be fun to watch for last place for a while, unless if instance do. Meanwhile, it is worth pointing out that the KTM here of Martin Schaefer is closing on Gavin Moore. The gap there, you can see them within the same camera shot. The gap is now right around 3 seconds between these two cars. And we are really looking to see a good fight here out of the lead of the GT4 field. Get these guys some more camera time than usual, as Flint has donated a subscription to Koala UK on the Twitch channel. Thank you very much for the gift subscription. It is much appreciated. Not even subscribed yourself and giving people subscriptions. That's what you call a person who likes giving.
True champion indeed.
That should give you access to I think the green flag emotes are the tier 1 emote. That should give you access to those now, Koala UK, as well as ad free. So next time that we go to an ad break, you get to see a banner. No, we keep the stream open during the ad breaks, but take a chance to rest our throats, because sometimes it can be rough. I do believe it's in the name of the car, Cracker. Whenever they say TSE, it's abbreviated for the full name that is listed on the car. If you look at the driver's briefing, it should say that, Cracker.
Yeah, that snail is ever prominent. They're doing the very opposite of what a snail is known for.
I'll see it's the turbo snail, though.
True. And that thing did win Indy, so...
Exactly.
They're very quick snail.
I mean, if anything, they're underperforming to their team name because, you know, it's a snail that like lives on nitrous oxide, and they're out here driving GT3 cars in Europe. Seems a bit underwhelming whenever you compare it to, you know, winning at Indy as a snail.
Snailians, I like that.
Indeed, that's pretty good. Snailians. As the 46 crew here is trying to work their way back up. I like the way that the layer overlays here on this Bentley between the 3 different places on the car. You have the sticker cut, but then you have the window that just cuts out half the snail shell. It's like, both looks great and terrible at the same time.
Yeah, it's nice to see some creativity with the liveries. A little bit of
peeking up the inside. Whoa, man, Christian. I mean, Flint, I think that you need to tell Christian to just be a little bit more careful with some of these overtakes. He's being ultra aggressive, and I mean, power to him if he makes it work. But man, he is he is pushing it really hard right now out of that Bentley, trying to get every little inch of the racetrack that he can. He wants to get the moves done, and he wants to get them done quickly. But obviously we've seen how that has resulted for him getting a 10-second penalty and falling down the field. There was, while we were gone, I believe, there was a 5-second time penalty awarded to Long in the 35 for contact with the 981. Currently, there was a 60-second stop-go penalty to car 26 for creating the pileup on lap 1. So a pretty harsh penalty, but not necessarily a unfair penalty. As the game, I think, only allows a 30-second stop-go, I imagine that they will probably have it as a stop-go 30 and then add an additional 30 seconds onto the next stop. Well, thank you again, Flint, for the subscription and hanging out. We always appreciate the Team Stanley sports cars in here. Always helping fill out the grid with their iconic Turbo Snail logo on the side of these cars. Go to the winglet on board, looking back behind at the 3 cars that are fighting for position. I do like this onboard. It's a pretty cool one. It gives you a good sense of speed while like kind of being unique and different. I definitely do like this looking over the rear wing. Oh, going for a move on the teammate here around the outside, no inside. Nomad's going to fall down to 11th here. Bold move there from Dimitri. Getting it done and sliding into P10 on the teammates. Onboard 1. Okay, that's looking at the driver. I'm trying to remember everything regarding the cameras with this game. Ooh, almost missing the corner. They're taking out their teammate. Nomad, the 994. But gets through and gets out just fine. Yes, if you're not already, if you're here in this chat, click those links just above that Nightbot just posted. The Twitter link, go follow us over there, Instagram as well. That's where we will be posting all of our updates as the move is made here. The 414 gets it done on the 994. Posen there on Nomad gets it through. It seems like Posen's just really, sorry, not Posen. Nomad is just really struggling right now with the car through this middle sector. Obviously, there are a limitation on the tire sets for this session. There's 3 tires for the entire race, or the entire race weekend, I should say. So with the practice session that was in the first session, and then the 4-hour race here, which will be a 3-stopper, you will need to double stint a set of tires at least once. So you got to question, what is the best tire to double stint, the one that you start on or the one that you finish on? We will see what people decide for that. Work our way through the field here, see what's going on. The gap for the GT4 lead is closing. You can see just behind there, that is second place in GT4. Really trying to run down, but again, I mean, every time that these GT3s come up, it just makes it that much harder to close the gap for Schaefer in the 13 car. And yes, it was a stop-go 30 for the 26 plus an additional 30 seconds onto it. I don't think that that's unreasonable for the due to just the contact and the incident that ensued from that.
Yeah, and they're 3 laps down now. Already that 26 car, so it's not been a good day for them, unfortunately. But no, I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Of course, a 6-7 car collision there on the opening lap is not great. Obviously, it wasn't on purpose or anything, but it's not the best thing you want happening to you.
Go on board here with the KTM. We're gonna go to the wide shot here, so you can just kind of see the abnormal and unusual cockpit that this car does feature. Of course, the KTM Crossbow is a open cockpit track day car. Honestly, it's really interesting to me the fact that it is transformed into a GT4 car to begin with. But yeah, so I mean, it's an open cockpit. I believe the front wheels are even open wheeled on the actual Expo.
They are indeed.
But with this car, obviously, with GT4 racing, you must have closed cockpit, closed fender racing, and you must have the roll cage in the car. So, a very just kind of unusual, big, wide glass panel featured inside of this car, and then the roll cage just kind of sits inside of it rather than like attached to it. You normally what you see with these cars that the roll cage is essentially it's on the frame, it's on the A pillars of the car, but there is no pillar in this car. It's just very wide and open. So definitely interesting. It I mean, it limits your blind spots. That is at least something that's good with the KTM. It has a big sliding moment there with the GT3s coming through from behind. Let's see them dive up on the right side here, possibly. Nope, not going to get it done into that corner, but I can probably get it up here. No, still not. Good job by the GT3 not trying to force any incidents or moves. As they, you can still see the blue flag light indicating on the dashboard. But yeah, definitely a interesting build here. Obviously it says the Reader Engineering on there, who built the Gallardo GT3 car that's featured in this game as well. And then yeah, as mentioned, they do also have a GT2 version of this KTM, which is just this car taken to the absolute extreme. Really, really, really wild race car, but cool to see it featured within these races.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. Is the KTM. You don't see it in real racing anymore, unfortunately. It's kind of a left field option. What I like is the I was going to say door, but there's not a door. The way you get in and out is that the front of the windscreen is hinged to the car, and it's like a fighter jet cockpit, I guess you could say. It's basically what it is. The entire thing lifts up. So there's no one singular door, it's the entire windscreen that pops up in front of you. It's the same in the GT2 as well.
That is pretty cool, actually, though. To have it open like that. I remember the first time I saw the way that an LMP1 was constructed. I always thought that was the only way you could get in it, was that the whole front of the car would come off. You would just get in, and then they would just screw the front over top of you. And then as I got older, I realized the fact that that's incredibly unsafe. And that would never actually happen. But I never used to be able to figure out how you could get a door on the old LMP1s, like the old Peugeots and such. It just never made sense how you could get a door on that car. This, it's even harder to understand, and so that does make sense, the fact that the windscreen does just open. The gap is really close here now with the traffic. Gavin seeming to get it a little bit worse there, so Martin trying to close his way up to the spot. Gotta hope to make a move here relatively soon, I gotta imagine. It's been faster the last few laps. That time around again 0.8 quicker for the fight of first place in GT4.
Possibly the lightness of the KTM, if you look at them visibly, but the BMW is much larger mass, much more sizable and heavy compared to the to the KTM.
It's also
So maybe
taller.
that's what's it is. It's quite
The KTM is very low and flat. It looks like a shovel.
Yes, it does sort of have
Where
that. The nose, it's very
where the BMW
shovel-esque.
is looks like a brick. It just looks like a
Mm.
brick. It's just a brick, and it's red too.
Yeah.
It looks like even more like a brick.
Yeah, it's a bit like the Glinken house at Le Mans. Its front nose is a scoop.
Yeah,
Basically,
it's,
that's all it is.
it's kind of a cool design, especially with the way that the KTM is, because again, it's supposed to be open fendered in the actual factory car, and it has exposed suspension
Everything.
bits because it's open. So they actually on this GT4 car, we'll go into a free cam here just to look at it real quickly before this fight does ensue. You can see the suspension bits inside of the car. Unfortunately, however, this game does not model that they move. So there is no like actual suspension geometry moving within the glass, but it is featured and you can see it. So that is cool.
Yeah, it's cool to look at. Obviously, no open or moving parts can be allowed to be open to be in view of hands or anything like that. Everything's got to be closed away. But like I say, compared to the road-going version of this car, it's very different. Obviously, everything's very exposed to that front portion. There's no windscreen, no windshield, no wipers, no nothing. You have to wear a helmet with the car. It's basically like a Caterham. It's a very exposed sports car, but they've done a very good job. A bit like the Mazda MX-5 when they made a GT4 car. They've done the best with what they can do.
I mean, yeah, that's a good way to compare. It's basically a modern Caterham. Bringing in new technologies to the Caterham platform and trying to build something to compete with it. And I would say that the Expo is definitely a better car overall, but it is also considerably more expensive. So, if you're looking to buy one for your private market, Caterham will definitely be something that's easier to get into than a KTM. But you're not getting either of those cars unless you got plenty of throwaway money. So.
Well, if you're in the European market, I do suggest getting yourself a Westfield. It's basically your fake version, but look at this KTM. It's all over the back of the BMW now. But like we said earlier, it's one thing to catch up. It's one thing to get past the car, such a narrow track. This
Going
one
defensive
is
here, Gavin.
To the outside goes to the KTM. It's lighter because it should be able to brake better. That BMW will have the straight line speed advantage. So good through the first sector, losing out through the second and third sector. So this is really where the KTM is strong. Much it caught up through that middle sector. It's going to get dropped a little bit going down into turn 1 and then all the way up through the rise up to turn 4. We'll put a little bit of a gap for in that BMW. So Gavin he won't have to defend too much. He's doing so anyway, but that BMW is a lot quicker. We've got a Aston Martin coming in the background to separate these two.
And yeah, while we're talking about oddities of cars, that BMW has a 7-speed gearbox in which you only use 5 gears in. First gear is not even usable on the pit lane, and 7th gear you never get into ever. So it is really, really wild, but we speculate that it's a fuel-saving tactic that you can pull for longer endurance races in the GT4 field.
Interesting. Either that or just Nürburgring, Dossingerhohe. That's the only place I can really think of it to be of use. Yeah, 7 speeds it's a bit too much for a car that doesn't really hit 250 kilometers an hour. But
and again, the fact that the first gear is so short that you literally can't use it on the pit lane. Like on the pit limiter, you must be in 2nd gear in that car. And that is the only car in this game, as far as I know, where the pit limiter works in 2nd gear. Every other car, you must be in first for the pit limiter to engage, and that car, 2nd gear, it'll engage.
Germans were thinking on extra special stuff when they were designing their GT4 variant. Also, BMW, one of the only manufacturers that can actually dictate what model of car they want when they come to it. Again, a little bit defensive. You see how that KTM closes up, looks to the outside again through the anti-penultimate corner. That 90 right-hander but right up in the bumper of the BMW, that beer-fueled car in front is doing the best it can whilst under the influence. Maybe not Gavin, but maybe when the senior driver pops in during this race, we'll see if they've had anything to drink on this lovely Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that's something you got to take into account as well if you are Martin Schaefer here, that you're currently racing the faster of the two drivers in that car. Like, you know, there's very clearly a pace difference between Gavin and Tad in the BMW, and so at the moment here, you got to consider of how hard you force it, knowing that later on it could be that the car will be slower, and you trust that your teammate will be faster than Tad, and hope to try to put on time there during the second stint rather than first stint here, and trying to force an issue and maybe getting into an incident that you just don't quite need to get into. Those are the type of things that you kind of got to think about, especially because you're already fighting for first, right? Like if this was a fight for 4th or 5th place in class, then yeah, you obviously want to try to get through as quickly as you can. But when you're already fighting for first, you're not that worried about, all right, let's maximize time now, as maybe you could be in other situations. It was something fun to think about and look at whenever it comes to strategy of races. We've had a few cars to disconnect from the session. We were at 23 racing cars and then the 2 admin cars, but now we're down to 21 cars racing on the field. So it appears that we've had a couple of DNFs in today's event, unfortunately. As again, we're looking, the gap for the leads actually kind of closed back up a little bit, down to just 3.5 seconds here. Max Leinard trying to sneak his way through, as we're going to cut back to this GT4 fight. Once again, this just is definitely the closest battle for position on the racetrack at the moment. And again, here comes another GT3 looking to peek their way through, going way wide as the KTM there, trying to maximize the exit off the corner. As I mentioned, the BMW has the advantage on the straight, but the KTM will have the advantage for braking, turning, and acceleration, just due to the lightness of the KTM in comparison to the Beamer. Obviously, there's balance of performance and weight regulations that cars must meet, so it's not like, you know, there's a 1,000-pound difference here, but it is enough to make a dramatic difference, especially whenever you consider the downforce advantage that the KTM also has in its book. So it definitely, the KTM makes up its time during the tight corners, and the BMW makes up its time during the straightaways primarily. So it's interesting to see how the two cars kind of balance around here to be able to set similar pace. It does appear that the KTM is faster now, but it's not. That's the problem with the KTM and kind of having a car where your speed comes in the corner, is that even if you get the spot done in, you know, a risky way through the turny bit in sector 2 here, by the time that you get back to sector 1, the BMW has the overspeed advantage that if you haven't built a huge gap, they'll just put it past you again. You know, they just have that straight line advantage to be able to keep you there, and basically the KTM just won't have a chance to overtake at all in sector 3 or sector 1. Because again, it's just, you know, it's that awkwardness of the car that you just, it doesn't really matter. You're never going to have a chance to overtake on a straightaway in the KTM. It just won't. It's something that you accept, though, by signing up for it, and it's something that you hope to be able to overcome whenever you sign up for it. You want to be able to just be faster and outright pace. I mean, you can see here the gap, you know, bridges out to half a second to a second at the start-finish line, but by the time they get to the end of sector 2, they'll be bumper to bumper. As the BMW goes well wide, could be a track limits warning there, as through comes our leader. Stefan Kui gonna stick his way through the middle of the GT4s here. get a shot of both GT car leaders. As unfortunate there on the timing for Gavin. Gonna have to go wide around the hairpin of turn 5. Going to allow Schaefer to close back up once again. But yeah, I mean, once you're there, it's just so hard to make a move. Even more so with dirty air. That Beamer makes a huge wake in comparison to other cars, because again, it drives kind of like a brick. It's shaped like a brick. It's a wall of force moving through. So really, ooh man, Schaefer could have had a look on the inside there, possibly under braking. Looking to play it nice and not make the move though. We're gonna look just behind these cars on the racetrack. Okay, that is not. I wanted to see it looked as if there may have been a fight for position happening just behind. This is for position here though. P7 overall. The 69 Lexus looking to try to make a move on the 981 BMW Adikis versus Jurowick's. Going to make a move here to the right. Having a peak. Going to make the send and get it done down into turn 12. Now we're going to jump back to the GT4 lead here after watching that move. And just
got an easy move there for the Lexus. It seemed like the Bentley didn't really fight that one, just allowed the 69 to go through. Maybe thinking that 981's got a different game plan. At the moment, we have reached that 1 hour mark, so...
And in comes the DSRT
number 8.
McLaren. They're known for having this kind of, 1 hour on the mark pit cycle. They were one of the few cars at Misano. So whenever we were doing our Misano 4 hours, the Bentleys did 2 stops there. There were 2 Bentleys that did 2 stops, and there were 2 Bentleys that did 3 stops. And the DSRT car was always the first of the Bentleys to come in and pit, because of the fact that they always would pit on the hour, every hour. And it always was interesting to me the fact that they did that, because you are able to extend it more than 60 minutes in these cars, and in some cases you can get as far as 75 minutes on fuel. So it is always interesting to me to pit on that hour at the hour. And also we see the 53 of Kozik as well. And now we see Schaefer coming in the KTM. Now, something I don't know all that much about is the fuel cell difference in the GT4s. I don't know which car has that advantage. I would imagine the Beamer will have a larger fuel cell than the KTM. But we see the 13 car come into the pit lane now. That's going to break up that fight for position at the moment. So you mentioned the 981 could be on a off strategy currently. Maybe just just not wanting to fight too hard. Maybe they're going to double cent this set of tires and try to just put the car in a position to be good later.
Yeah, the choice is open for everyone. Sorry to cut you off there, but like you said a moment ago about people going on the hour, seems illogical to me that if you can go longer, then you should, because then that means that final stop is shorter. If you can breach 5 minutes extra into each one, that means your last stint's only 45 minutes long. So you only have to put in 3/4 of a tank. That pit stop is shorter inherently, and if you are putting fresh tires onto that final stop, you get fresh tires on a much lighter car, and all of that adding up makes you a good 10th, 2 tenths, 3 tenths quicker a lap anyway. So it's interesting that people are going for that 1 hour strategy, but we'll see that number 8 car if they how that works from them. I think they pitted from P5, P6, so we'll see if they maintain that area.
Yeah, I definitely do agree on that statement of, if you can take longer, why not take longer? But also, I mean, like if it was where fuel and tires were separated in terms of the length, I undercuts work in that case, because then you could just take less fuel, so you can save 3 or 4 seconds on the pit lane, not having to take that extra quarter tank of fuel. However, like at each stop, if you go to 60 minutes at each stop, you can save a few seconds at each stop. However, in the case of ACC, you change tires and fuel at the same time. So if you're changing tires, fill it all the way up. There's no reason not to. Or take as much fuel as you need to take. Again, there's really no reason not to. So cutting it short is definitely a strategy that I don't personally understand. Because like I said, or like you said, you want to basically just have as little weight in the car as possible, in terms of fuel count. So maybe they under fuel the car each stint, and they only go for 60 minutes worth of fuel each stint, rather than going for the full 75 minutes worth of fuel. I don't know specifically what they do, but yeah, for me, it would make the most sense to just run it as long as you can and try to just shorten that last stint as much as you can. And also, in the case of these races, you have to double stint a set of tires, right? So if you can cut, like I said, 5 to 10 minutes each stint, then in that final double stint, you're cutting 10 to 20 minutes off of the double stint that you have to run on a set of tires. So there's definitely benefit to getting your first 2 stops to be as long as you can between them. At least in my opinion, yeah. As we look through race control over here, 22 gets a warning for squeezing on the edge of the racetrack, but no contact was made. And then a talk about a protest that was not followed through. The field, as we're still waiting on the pit stop cycles to begin. They should be within any now. The cars start to work their way in, as this 993 car just got put a lap down from the overall lead, Stefan Creed, and then have Max Leinard attempting to down Stefan. Gap is currently 4 seconds between first and second place. Gotta wonder if it's frustrating to know that you're setting similar or slightly faster lap times than the car in front of you, like the overall leader, but just not ever be able to gain it because you keep on running into lap traffic or something. Obviously it's a part of multi-class racing, but for some drivers they'll take it better than others. Interesting here to see the gears that the Audi runs, shifting to first just for a second there through the left-hander, and then back up and reverse, and then up in the second, up in a third really quickly there. Really throwing this Audi around. This Audi does not feature a rear view camera, as most cars does. It has just a mirror, which is interesting, especially for a mid-engine car. It seems likely or logical to me that you would want a rear view camera if you could have it. Because, there's an engine behind you. Kind of hard to see through an engine.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised that it doesn't have the camera. Because like you say, there's obviously the engine, there's a roll bar, and then there's a massive rear wing. Yeah, especially in the Aston Martin. There's a huge rear wing on that one. Audi's a little bit
you can see what the Audi sees out of its mirror. Obviously in the game you don't get to see that, but in real life, that seems like, what's even the point of having the rear view mirror there in general? Just use the side mirrors. because that is hard to see out of.
I mean, when the racing drivers use their mirrors anyway, to be honest.
Yeah, you're not wrong about that.
As one of the Mercedes has just come out the pits. It's the only Mercedes that have been the 26 then, and the 414 Porsche then.
There is a 17. I think it was the 17 that just came out of the pit lane.
Oh yeah, I'm blind. Couldn't see that one. So yeah, 17 and the 414 then making their stops, and I'm surprised how far they're going. Maybe the Hungaroring is quite good for fuel. Maybe that middle sector where you're very, very patient with the car for that slow section of corners. Maybe that's where you can actually slow the car down quite a lot and save a decent amount of fuel. So maybe this 3 sets of tires isn't as much as an issue for these drivers, because they're already taking 10 minutes out the first stint, and it looks like they're all seemingly comfortable to go for at least another 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, they have done some BOP updates to this game as of recently, in which it seems like most cars go well over 60 minutes now, which is interesting. It's one of the reasons why we like to remove the stint timers, just because it kind of creates more strategy with the car you pick. One car will be faster, but it'll have a smaller fuel cell. Other car will have a larger fuel cell, but be a bit slower. Traditionally, the Bentley is a good example of that. The Bentley normally can go the furthest of any car. It just has a massive fuel cell on board, but it's normally not the outright fastest car at the track on a per lap basis, but it'll run really consistently and it'll put in good laps. So the Bentley is typically a selection that some of the top teams like to use. The Aston is also a very reliable one. Typically, I'm amazed to see that we only have one Aston Martin on the grid for this race, or a couple of Aston Martins on the grid for this race, as it appears as if, yeah, they're all on one team. The 99 Racing team picking the Aston Martins. It did kind of surprise me, because again, that's a car that typically can go pretty long on the fuel. I think the longest that we've seen the Bentleys do was 80 minutes. Again, that was at Misano, but they went pretty long on the fuel there. And then at Spa, we were seeing about 72 minutes normally for the fuel at Spa, which I would think would be a very fuel-heavy racetrack, being that there's a lot of time just on throttle. It's a very high-speed circuit, a lot of straightaways, so I feel like that's a track that you would use a lot of fuel at. But I do know that ACC is a bit weird with how it uses fuel, and that it's kind of just based on time driven more than anything, because I find that you use a lot more fuel on a pace lap than you do on a racing lap in this game, which is, to me, seems backwards, but maybe it's not. But logically, it just doesn't make sense to me.
That's what you're doing on your pace laps, to be honest.
Putting it in safety car mix and on the pit limiter, running, just, burping the throttle on and off, kind of easing into it, easing out of it, and coasting. But you use considerably more fuel typically on a pace lap than you do on a race lap. Like, it's not even like it's barely more. Like Silverstone was one of the biggest differences I noticed. Around Silverstone, it was like 5 liters on the formation lap, but on the actual race lap, it was like 2.6 liters a lap. Like, it was nearly double the fuel to coast along. It was kind of interesting to me.
I might have to investigate that one for myself, because that is very much backwards. Indeed, that's quite strange. Seems that the 981 Bentley then just maintained pace. I'm low-key dying apparently, hang on.
Yes, they let the 69 by a while back and just kind of slotted in right behind them. Just been cruising, watching as they go, setting the pace with them, pretty much matching it. Really haven't gained on them, but haven't lost them, as a drive-through has popped up for the 515 out of 3rd position, and this is a bad time to have a drive-through come up, because pit cycle should be starting relatively soon. So You don't have much time to serve that and pit.
No, you don't at all. So I'm assuming it'll have to be a drive-through this lap.
I mean,
If not,
you
you've got
can
3
come
laps to
in
do
and
it.
you can come in and pit and then serve the drive-through.
Yes.
I mean,
Wanting to,
that is something that you can do. They just got it. I mean, it's gonna be for track limits. There's nothing in race control,
yep.
and I mean, we haven't seen any incident for them, so I'm imagining it's track limits. It has to be. So as they're gonna go around one more time. Oh man, they're gonna have to flush this in really tightly. They must be confident in their fuel number to go longer than, as they're gonna continue on the racetrack.
Yeah, seemingly so. I'm sure they have it all figured out anyway. A good three-way battle at the moment. P5, 6, and 7. There, Christian's done well to get himself up to is actually P6 now as he makes his way past that 46, that 981 Bentley then. So yeah, Christian's doing a very good job. He still has that 10-second penalty, obviously, to serve, which will drop him back past the those 2 places of the 981 and the 992. Yeah, what could have been for the 46 really. They've done a solid job too to regain the places that they lost there from Christian, obviously being involved in an accident and then causing an accident. They've slid all the way down to 15th was their lowest point, and they're up. Well, they regained 9 of those places. Started either second or third, I can't quite remember. It was definitely top 3, but it wasn't first, so it was either second or third where they started. And they've done a good job to get themselves back up to P6 and right on the tail then of the.
They are in P5 now.
Actually,
They just jumped the 69 car there in the first sector. Right after we cut over to them, they jumped them. As we're going to look back now to the 515, I mean, they're going to have to come into the pit lane now, I imagine. No, they're going to go around one more time. Hugo Gomez, you do realize you have a drive-through, right? You must serve it on this next lap. They will have to serve it on this next lap. It's been 3 laps. Interesting call here to continue to push it on. I mean, again, they must be really confident in their fuel number. And that makes me wonder, how much longer are we going to see these cars up front? And are we going to see another 2-stop come out of this race? I mean, at this point, you're cutting 20 minutes out. If you run an hour 20 in each stint, it's a 2-stop race. So if we can see everyone make another 5 minutes, it'll be a 2-stop race. And we won't.
Plus that time you
need to
with the time you spend in the pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, plus the time you spend in the pit lane sitting still, that's another minute or so, which will buy you the time for that extra lap at the end. If you end up getting a full lap, like if you cross the line as it hits 1 second, it buys you enough time for that full extra lap as well. Again, this talks into the strategy we're talking about. I mean, why do you pit dead on the hour if you can push it as far as you can? I mean, look at this. We're now going to see that it could be a 2-stint race, and double stints may not be necessary.
Yeah, and the amount of time you lose down pit road is at least 30 seconds. So you got to weigh up how much, if you are even backing off. Maybe all these drivers are driving flat out. We don't know. Maybe everyone here is doing a little lift and coast here and there just to extend that fuel out, just by a smidge, get that extra lap in. Not too sure. See if Hugo Gomez does come to pit road. No.
You have a drive-through.
Interesting. We'll see what happens. Maybe this is coming on to the third and final, but they're either about to get disqualified or.
There's a disqualification for Hugo Gomez.
How did they not know? I'm very
drama at the front of the field. We're running P3 and are now disqualified from the race.
That would have been on the car, on your screen, if there was a teammate connected.
And Hugo has now made a comment saying "whoops." Yeah, that's a big whoops.
It's a big whoops. Oh dear. How do you even? I don't know how you how that...
I'm trying to not laugh. I'm sorry,
How's
Hugo, but that is really funny to me.
Oh, he says that he thought 1L meant one lap meant 1 lap left, but it was actually including that lap, so he thought he had one more. So it seems like he knew that the drive-through existed, and he was going to go for the next lap round, but he miscalculated
That's why you serve it as soon as you get it. As
soon
as you get it, just serve it. Obviously, with ones in which are penalties that we award, you can protest or whatever. That one, if you're wanting to protest, I get why you want to serve it right away. For track limits, I mean, you got to serve that. Serve it now, get it out of the way, just be done with it.
You can send an email over to Kunos, but I don't know how long they're going to take to get back to you. we're certainly not going to do anything, but yeah, that's real odd that's been allowed to happen. Really, just a little bit of misjudgment there, misreading of the situation, but yeah, these things happen. The 515 from third place is out this race. Ugh, that's going to be a tough one. I'm not sure how he's going to explain that to the rest of the HSP team.
Yeah, that's gonna be a hard one to explain to your teammate, especially if your teammate wasn't here right now. If they're like away, like in the bathroom, they come back and they're like, "Why are we on the pit lane?" That's a hard one to explain, as we have the 17 making a big run here on the back of the 8. These are the 2 cars that have pit to this point of the top. As we speak, Stefan Kui and Long have both made their way onto the pit lane up front. Adam Long in the 35 Porsche. Both of them are leaving now, it appears. Man, that just shows you what the gap was for Stefan. He's going to come out in 3rd place, I believe.
Saying 2nd for me, but I really don't.
Yeah, well, you have to wait until they cross the timing line in Sector 1. It could even be 2nd.
I think it might be 2nd. I feel like the 46 was too far behind.
Let's see. Yeah, it is 2nd place because the 35 also hit the pit lane, and the 46 is crossing the timing line now. Going to take 3rd place. As we're watching this battle unfold here for 8th on the racetrack, these 2 cars again were the first to pit of the lead pack, and of course at this point, I mean, they know that they can make it on just one more stop. Because if you can get to the 1 hour, 20-minute remaining mark, then you're set. Oh, contact as the 17 gets through on the 8, trying to go for the switchback. Just a little bit of bump on the rear end. Both cars still kind of continuing on just fine. No harm, no foul at the moment. Hopefully not heavy damage on the front end of that McLaren. It's a fragile car, and the last thing you want is front end damage around a track like this. Being a little bit nosy there. Big bump there through turn 3 up towards 4. And you sort of peak. This is a hard place to overtake. Definitely not the smartest of idea to make for Justin Yap right now.
Yap's now fresh into that car. It's driving with a purpose. You can see in the way that Mercedes is moving and shuffling across the track with it. He's immediately going as fast as he can. There's no sort of grace time or warming up time. He's in and he's going as quickly as he can. There, obviously trying to make that move down the inside at turn 1. With a little bit of a bump from that McLaren, but you might see a repeat of this once again on the following lap. That McLaren then has come back to P6 from where they pitted on the hour. That was a good 20 minutes ago. It's already been that amount of time since their first pit stop, and they've retained P6, so maybe it's working. But the number 17 really on the bumper there. Much better traction coming out the final corner, heavily in the slipstream. McLaren will go to the inside, leaves the Mercedes with no other option, then opens the door, and maybe the Mercedes
Valtteri Bottas into Lando Norris type of incident here. Mercedes versus McLaren down the turn 1.
That good cutback from the McLaren will now be on the outside into turn 3. This could be Max Verstappen, Daniel Ricciardo-esque. Maybe not this time. The Mercedes holds on. Interesting that the McLaren, he defended and then stopped defending.
Yeah,
Not sure why they did that, because they had defended successfully, and it looked like the Mercedes was happy to go and try the outside line, and then the inside opened up and down it went, and it's done.
maybe they just thought they were nice and confident and had the spot before the braking zone. Maybe they thought they could outbrake the Mercedes, and Justin had other plans. As Christian comes in now, currently in P3. I'm curious to see where he flushes out. Should be roughly around the 5th or 6th place, back there near near Justin Yap and Ruben Solly back here. And during that fight, we've now had Christian Mayer catch up. So P5, 6, and 7 currently separated by just 2.5 seconds on the 3 of them.
Yeah, and that 46 now of the other Christian is now in. They have that 10-second penalty to do, so that will drop him back behind these cars, I believe. Not too sure. Not sure if they're rolling on pit road as of yet, but they'll be in the vicinity. Christian's staying in the car.
They are not rolling, so they are still sitting still. And then we won't know the driver swap until they cross the Sector 1 timing line.
Oh, okay.
Because of the fact that it only updates the gaps at the timing lines, and the pit stall happens after the start finish line. Meanwhile, Yannick Rambach is in the car now for the lead. They've swapped away from Stefan Kui. I know typically they don't like to do double stints with that team. There are 3 drivers, and they'll do a single, and then for the final one, they'll basically just put whoever they feel is right for that stint into it. As this fight is now building up for P5 on the racetrack. Of course, Christian Campreger has dropped all the way down to now 8th as they cross the timing line. Yes, it's going to be 8th place for the 46 car. And 5th place heating up here between Christian and Ruben. This is a police car inspired paint scheme, I'm going to assume, on this Porsche here for the 35 team. Interesting grouping of the silver, blue, and neon highlighter yellow.
Yeah, the Porsche. Italian police. It's got a little learner sticker there on the rear left bumper, which is interesting. I don't think I'd want a policeman who was learning how to drive in control of such a vehicle.
I mean, bicycle cops got to upgrade sometime. Looking for the inside. The McLaren here with the overspeed on the straightaway. Interestingly, now I'm going to switch into the defensive line. Going to allow the Porsche to try to outbrake on the outside. Maybe get a switch back on the exit here. Looking down towards turn 2. Not going to be able to get any sort of run this time around. I think that you're going to try to set something up into turn 5 here, and if you can't get it done at turn 5, then you try something into 12. And really, really good speed there by the McLaren through 4, so nothing's going to happen here at 5. Oh, but a wash wide. You're going to try to get it into the chicane at 6. Side by side, they're looking. The Porsche going to try to outbrake. Nope, going to back out of it wisely. The chicane is a braking, or is an overtaking zone under the braking there, but you pretty much need to have the position taken by the time you get to the apex. Otherwise, you're asking for a bad time on exit. Side by side here, they come through 10 and 11, I do believe. Now you're going to make the run down towards 12, hoping to make a move. They're going to look on the inside, squeezing it up there, not quite going to get it. Have to come almost to a halt on the inside line to not run into the McLaren. Now, and we're going to probably see a move once again down at turn 1. I mean, those are basically the big passing zones, is 1, 5, 12. Those are really the places where you can try to make something happen a bit. Ooh, as wide goes Ruben in the 8 McLaren. It's going to help the Porsche get alongside. But again, we saw last time around, the McLaren has overspeed on the straightaway. So the Porsche's going to need to win under braking here. Going to try and slide it up the inside. Gets there. Side by side, they still are on the exit. Good drive from both drivers there, leaving lots of room. The Porsche going to try to get the run. But again, the McLaren just having that speed once they get up into 4th and 5th gear. Just be able to roll through. Wide goes the McLaren. Switchback move from the Porsche. Side by side, they still are all the way down to turn 3.
Yeah, the number 8 there trying to just send the Porsche a little bit wide through turn 2, but in doing so went wide himself. Porsche back to the inside, got that cut back, chopped the nose through the kink at turn 3, and that was it. Seeing that the Porsche is very good under acceleration. We can see it in the middle sector as they go into it once again, but the Porsche is just able to get the drive out those corners and should seem to pull away now. It did look like it was the faster of the 2 cars now. Yeah, that 35 now, the leading Porsche, they're up in P4. They're about 5 seconds away from that number 17 Mercedes there.
Yannick, who is of course in the 107 now, is building the lead up front. It went from 3.5 seconds whenever they came into the pit lane to now 6.5 seconds just 10 minutes later. So a 3-second gap built in the last 10 minutes for the lead of race. Max Leinert staying in the 172. The 46 swapped away from Christian Campreger and put in Luke Stokes into the car. I'll just not remembering the first name. And they're going to try to make a good 2nd and 3rd stint here out of that car.
Yeah, and everyone going about at least an hour 15, most going an hour and 20 minutes. That if you can do that on the next one, you're going to be in a good spot for that final stint, being a 1 minute 20. It's going to be close, but as we've seen, those Bentleys been able to pull it off in the past.
The Audi pulled it off as well. They went a little bit longer. I think they went an extra lap from Yannick in the Audi. So definitely it is possible for these cars. And now, of course, we're starting to see the lead of GT4 come in. Here's Gavin Moore making his pit stop, and we'll see soon, I imagine, Peter Varga coming in the Camaro. Maybe he's already pit. No, because the 13 should the 13 should be in front of him. So this is actually going to be the fight to watch here, because of course Martin Schaefer made the early pit stop in the KTM, and it looks like he's going to clearly jump the 24. As by they go, you can see the 24 still sitting on the pit lane and making a huge jump, Martin Schaefer, that time around.
Yeah, not quite sure where he's found that found all that time. Obviously they were side by side when the KTM came into pit road, and now the BMW finally leaves and comes back onto the track. We'll wait for that sector 1 beam to date us, but it's going to be at least 10-15 seconds. I think it's quite the margin. But the KTM
13 crosses now. And so now we're gonna wait. I do believe that they did a driver swap. Tad is in the car now, I'm going to assume. So that could also be why it was a little bit long, was that maybe they had complications with the IRL driver swap. As through comes Gavin, the gap it's 13 seconds from 2nd to 3rd, and then an additional 6 seconds on top of it. So I mean, almost 20 seconds there, back to the 24 car now. And again, they will still show Gavin Moore as the driver because they do an IRL swap. It's a father and son team, and they swap on their own rig. But I am going to assume that they made the swap over to Tad for this stint. And I'm just going to assume there was complications with the swap, and that could be why they were on the pit lane for a little bit longer, because their total pit lane delta was, I think, 1 minute and 12 seconds. And it should be more around 60 to 65 seconds than in that 75-second bracket. So That's what I'm going to assume, is that they had some issues with the swap. And yeah, Tad definitely is trying to come to grip with the car, looking a little bit uncomfortable, sliding around.
Even that was just
there.
allowing those GT3 cars to go through. Just doesn't want to have any accidents on the opening lap. Drive-through penalty for the 994 car there, the Aston Martin. Drive-through penalty for avoidable contact between classes. So they made contact with the 22 Aston Martin. So brothers and sisters there in each class coming to blows, and yeah, the 994 getting a drive-through for that. Hopefully they acknowledge that and don't miscalculate how many laps it takes to serve a drive-through, and they don't get disqualified because of it. We'll wait to see on that one, but that's going to set them back at least 30 seconds, so that'll drop them behind the 993 and possibly the 991 as well.
That is something that is worth noting and was just brought up as we're watching here another fight for P5. As we see Rock Cops trying to get through on Ruben Solly for P5 here soon. But something that was just brought up in the chat was regarding the minimum drive time. We'll get back to that here in just a moment. So we're going to watch this fight. As Cops was trying to look to the inside of the chicane. Not going to get it done, but maybe gets a switchback move. Loses quite a bit of time there going into turn 8. But yeah, so regarding the minimum drive time, there's 60 minutes that each driver must set. And peeking on the inside here, once again, Cop's going to try the move. The McLaren's just going to kind of back out, maybe let it happen. See if there's maybe another attack back down into turn 1 here. No, just big slide. Man, really struggling, Ruben Solly in that McLaren. Seems to be able to have good one-lap pace, but really cannot keep a hold of the car consistently. It's what it's looking like for that team. But yeah, so there's a 60-minute minimum drive time per driver. This includes both the 2-car teams and the 3-car teams. So whether you're doing 2 cars or two drivers or 3 drivers, you must have each driver set 60 race minutes. So time for these only includes time spent on the racetrack. It's from pit exit to pit entry. So if you spend a minute 10 on the pit lane, that does not count towards your overall 60 minutes of drive time. So that is something for teams to note, especially the ones who are electing to try to pit on that 1 hour mark, right? Right at that 1 hour mark. You need to make sure you go a little bit over the hour so you hit that 60-minute mark for your driver, because you hate to. We had this at Misano, a team, I believe it was the 991 Lexus team. They got disqualified because their driver was 2 seconds under 60 minutes and did not set a valid length of time because they didn't know that it was from pit exit to pit entry. They thought it was from pit stall to pit stall. They thought it was total elapsed time in the car. And so whenever they found that out, they were, obviously a little bit upset, but, that is how the rules are set. We go entirely based off of the document that the game provides for results of the cars. And yeah, it was from pit exit to pit entry. So be sure to last a little bit longer than 60 full minutes on each stint. Do not try to pit as close to the hour mark as you can. It may result in you getting disqualified by 2 seconds. Which is really unfortunate for that team.
It's a tough one to take, isn't it? Especially for us as an admin team as well. Because 2 seconds over 60 minutes is nothing. It's not even a percentage or a percentage. It's tough, but thankfully when you have a numerical rule like that, there's no grey area. It is what it is. If you didn't meet it, then you didn't meet it.
Yeah, exactly. It sucks to have to give someone a disqualification over something like that. But as you said, there's no gray area. The rule is the rule. That's exactly, you must hit that number, and if the document does not show you hit that number, then you did not hit that number, plain and simple. And so it's definitely it's an unfortunate event to arise, but it's something that was just brought up within the chat on Discord, and I did want to mention on the stream as well for those of you who are watching and maybe not looking in the Discord. Yeah, so the drivers must hit the 60-minute mark. Must. There's no budge to it. You must hit it. Pit exit to pit entry.
Yeah, and, well, you can't argue now. Now that we've unfortunately had to disqualify someone for being 2 seconds under, you can't argue that with us anymore because we've done it once and we'll do it again. The 46 car right now with Luke Stokes in it, the car's flying right now. Last lap was a 46.1. Matching times with the leaders, but considerably quicker than the number 8 McLaren ahead there. Ruben, I think if they are double stinting, this is their double stint. They've done it at the start because the second stint for the McLaren, they've already been on those tyres for 40 minutes. Obviously, they're the ones who are stopping on the hour. They seem to be struggling out there. Again, that lap time was 3 seconds quicker for the 46 compared to the number 8, so expect that Bentley to be right on the back of the McLaren come the end of this lap.
Go on board here with Luke Stokes trying to watch that gap close. I mean, you see it's a relatively big gap now, but I mean, as you mentioned, it seems like the McLaren is really struggling, and I mean, they're almost looking like a lap down car out there with the lack of control that they have essentially under that car.
Well,
you feel bad for Ruben.
They're about to be a lap down car. Right behind the 46 is the 107, so your words are almost true.
And I mean, Luke is, as you said, putting in really good lap times here. And 46 car has just been quick the entire race. I mean, you gotta imagine that without the early incidents and the 10-second penalty, that they would be right up front fighting for this lead, along with Yannick Rombach and Max Leiner. Going defensive, big cut there from Ruben. Oh, contact just a little bit as they actually have the, as you mentioned, the overall leader Yannick Rombach also trying to come through and put these cars a lap down at the same time. This is where you will really see the difference in pace between the 46 and the 107. Let's put them right next to each other and go and prove yourself that maybe you did deserve to be up front battling for the lead in this race despite all of the earlier incidents. You know, if you were to remove those, would this 46 car still be able to be up here and fight with Yannick and have the pace to hold on?
Yeah, we'll see now as they do eventually let. There's a KTM in the way. I have to go a bit too wide, but yeah, eventually the 46 does allow that 107 to go through, which is sort of the gentleman thing to do. They don't really have to, but it's a nice thing to do. But now that 46 can match, or at least try and stay with the 107 car, they're the leaders, they're the quickest ones out there, and if you're as quick as the leaders, then that means you're quicker in second place for sure, and you can use that 107 car to try and claw your way back up to everyone else. They're 10 seconds behind that 69 car and a further 10 behind the 35, so they've got a bit of a way to go, but we're almost halfway through this race, and from starting third and dropping all the way down to 15th, they've done a very good job to claw their way back up to 6th now.
As that's happening, we've had the 414 here of Dieter Pausen be able to close in to Daniel Zlatnik and try to maybe make a move here relatively soon from this Porsche on the Bentley for P9 overall. The 22 car is pit from the lead in GT4. They're sliding their way down the field. 13, Martin Schaefer has taken the lead. And they got the 24, the Moore team in second. The gap seemingly to be more than a full sector. Yeah, actually, it's half of a lap between first and second in the GT4 field now. As Schaefer continues to put in really good stints. Looking on the outside of the racetrack is Dieter Pausen. having to back out of that one. That was a interesting move to attempt, going all the way off the racetrack to try to do it. I imagine that had that move been completed, it would have been told to be given the spot back anyway. So don't know why you attempt to push that hard off the racetrack for a position. Meanwhile, up front, Yannick Rambach just cruising away with the lead. Gap is now up to... see here as they cross the timing line. Looks like 8.2 seconds for the lead. The gap continues to climb. But meanwhile, the gap for P3 is closing. The Porsche here just trying to claw their way up to Yap in P3 at the moment. Oh, sliding bit wide there at turn 2. Bump that is there at turn 3 is very underrated. It really does throw your car around a lot. It really, you don't really see it from the outside, but from the inside you can see how that wheel gets jostled left to right really hard going over that bump. As we were talking, the 46 is trying to maintain the gap with the 107. They're keeping within a few car lengths, but they're not too close. I don't quite know how much of a wake that they get, but I imagine the Bentley produces one of the bigger wakes of the cars on the grid, so maybe it's a bit hard to follow it. And so they're electing to just kind of stay just outside of that range, but still close enough to see their, their braking marks and such to try to follow them around. And so I believe we're going to take a quick break here. It's been just over an hour since our last one. And we're going to take this one down to the hour mark left in the race, and then make one more then and finish the race out. So we will go and have a little bit of a break here, and we will see you all in 180 seconds. Alrighty, we are back from break and ready to do the last bit of this race. Get it done. I believe while we were gone, we saw a swap of position here for P3. Christian Mayer is now running in that position, if I am correct. Maybe it was a pit stop from one of the cars. Yeah, for the 17 car.
17's made its way, yeah.
Yep. It's interesting to see them pitting this early, actually. Because they were one of the cars that extended just over an hour. I believe they made it like an hour 3, hour 4 into the race. So now this stint was only about 50 minutes, 40 minutes, like 48 minutes, something like that. So interesting to see them pitting this early and swapping into the new car or new driver. I would imagine that the intent is to try to get this car to go as long as possible and then swap back to... No, because they ran the same driver for stint 1 and stint 2. Still interesting to see that swap. Oh, okay, here we go. Look at that. Coming into the chat, Clutch, and explaining it to us. So they are a 3-car team that did a double stint on the tires in stint 1. It's impressive speed actually. Then out of the double stint, you guys were P3 at the time of your pit stop. So that's a good job to have that. And I mean, I can respect the off strategy. If you guys still think you're going to be able to do it. Obviously, with a team of 3, it seemed like as if it's a slight disadvantage here to have that third driver around this track.
Yeah, well, so they've got just over 2 hours, and with Hull now in the car, so they can get their 1 hour out the way and then pit for the final time just before 1 hour rounds out to go. Put their third and final driver in. It puts you in a little bit of a box into a corner, adds a couple of constraints, adding that third driver, but you know. As much as these are competitive, they are social, so just having some fun times with 2 other mates and just going for a drive.
I mean, it is definitely it's not necessarily a disadvantage per se, just because of the fact that with the stint that goes for over an hour, you just have 3 single stints rather than having someone double stint if this does turn out to be a 2-stop or a 3-stint race. But it is worth noting that the Audi in P2 is a 2-driver team, and the Bentley in P1 is a 3-driver team. So could expect to see a swap.
And they've won before, so you know, having 3 drivers isn't, like I say, isn't exactly an inherent disadvantage. But
we should expect to see a swap to Simon Shepard for the final stint out of the 107 car. And meanwhile, Max Leinart will definitely get out of the car and put in Pierce Stockton in the 172. As Max has now done 2 stints, they'll put in Pierce. He will finish the race off, I would imagine. They will need to pit before too long, though. Looking through the team, if there's anyone else to watch out for. Yeah, so the 17 team, who for some reason their livery did not install for me. Every other livery worked, but theirs did not. They are just a black car despite having a livery available, but they are running a 3-car team in which they will... It's interesting they're electing for the double stint early. Again, with the way that we're seeing teams go on here, it makes you wonder how many teams practice like a full fuel run around these tracks prior to these races, because you know, you see the teams that were pitting right around that hour mark to do a, you know, turn it into a 3-stop race, a 3-pit stop race, and do the double stint on the tires. But we're seeing the cars that are up front clearly not need to do that as of right now. They made it a full hour 20 out of the gate, and so they're currently looking at a 2-stop race, a 3 total stints served. So makes you wonder, you know, maybe that's the difference between those who practice a full fuel stint and those who don't for the race.
Yeah, when we had when the server went up earlier this afternoon, we did accidentally have 4 sets of tires allowed. There was a couple of outrages from a few people, which is fair enough, but they were all saying that they've been practicing all week long doing these events on only 3 sets of tires. So they've got a game plan that involves using a constrained amount of tires. Whether or not that's going to be an issue, obviously we've seen these cars go an hour and 20. We've still got, in theory, another 40 minutes then left in this stint here if everyone's going to be trying to make that 2-stop work. Got Theo here in the 53 car. He's been stuck behind, well, I say stuck behind, but just been behind the 991 Lexus for a couple of laps now. Just has a couple of looks here and there, but Lexus is wide enough and doing a good job to keep that rather fast Bentley behind. Looks like Bentley is the choice to go. We've got 1 first, 5th, and 10th at the moment, along with this one here in 14th. We do see the Bentleys go quite strong in most of our events, so you can see why it's quite the popular choice.
I mean, it's definitely, like I was mentioning earlier, it's the car that has shown time and time again it can consistently go the furthest on fuel. So for these 4-hour races where you're kind of on that verge, with some practice, obviously we can see that it can go for a 3-stop. But I mean, we also saw the Audi be able to, as of right now, looks like it's gonna be a 2-stop. I mean, and the Porsche should also be able to do it. So I mean, the Bentley does have an advantage, but it's not that dramatic of an advantage, it does seem. I know that for our
big contact there.
Ooh, yeah, just a little bit of contact. Now looking up the inside of the 991, gonna try to get it done, sliding just a little bit through the apex of turn 12. Now around the outside of 13, gonna have to try to make that move down into turn 1. We saw it during our 12-hour of Imola, which unfortunately is not really available on any of our platforms because Twitch and YouTube both decided to break and not save the last 4 hours of the stream. Don't know why, but you take out the most important part of the race. But we saw the Bentley at that race be able to cut out 2 full stops compared to the Mercedes, which was the second longest lasting car. The Mercedes was going about 75 minutes. The Bentleys were making 90 minutes at Imola. So they were able to cut out 2 full stops over the course of 12 hours. So it really does show that there is something to the idea of going long. Oh, we're looking on the left side here, going up towards turn 4. You got to get the move all the way completed. Gonna go back side by side through both the drivers going off the racetrack, one to the left and one to the right. We're gonna back that up and watch it from the helicam here. That was an exciting little bit there from turn 2 all the way down to turn 4.
Yeah, good move from the Bentley there. The Lexus given some room, a lot of room, maybe a bit too much room there, ran itself off the road there to the right hand side, but it's such a tight corner there. It's also one of the fastest on the track, but probably better to be safe than sorry in that situation.
I mean, both of them ran off. You had the Lexus go off on the top of the track on the outside, and you had the Bentley go off on the inside of the track. So I mean, who needs a racetrack anyways, right? That was a very funny kind of moment right there. Watching endurance racing like this, situation such as that. Into the pit lane now is the 414. Again, they're going to go just over the hour mark. You gotta hope for their sake that their drivers are meeting requirements.
Yeah, we might have a similar event to what we've had before, where they think we're including the time spent in pit road when we're actually not. For you are driving, but you're not racing at that point. You are stuck on the pit limiter, and it's not a lot you can do really. So that's not involved in the stint timer. But I'm sure they've got that factored in. We'll see if a person moves out. They spent the first 2 hours of the race in the car, so looks like they'll be splitting it evenly with whoever that second driver is. We'll find out in a moment when they get into that car. So 2 hours each. That's very comfortably done for the stint timer.
Now we're seeing the 8 car make their way onto the pit lane. Well, another one of those cars that are just going for that hour mark. And again, it's really curious to see the 17 go for that undercut, but as mentioned, is a double stint on the tires, going a little bit long. Now they're going to, basically undercut the double stint and then run 2 long stints here at the end of the race. Hopefully it works out for them. I mean, it's a pretty bold and interesting strategy to pull for a 3-car team.
So they've meticulously thought it out. Indeed, it's Connor Martin who's gone in that 414 car. Speaking of cars with 4s, in the 24, Gavin Moore does have the, and I quote, the AM driver. That of Gavin's father is in the car. Then saying that in the Discord chat, but the current driver only started learning the track this morning. So maybe that's the reason they've now slipped down to 3rd in GT4, and that's not with pit stops as well. That is a legitimate 3rd for them. And with Shaw in the 22, only 8 seconds away, and I think quicker as well. Yeah, they are actually a little bit quicker at the moment. It looks like that 24 car will go from the lead all the way down to 4th and last in GT4. And you often say this in endurance racing. I say this with the people I go endurance racing with, is you're only as fast as your slowest driver. So it's a big thing in Pro-Am championships across the world, that you as a pro can go as fast as you like, but if your AM isn't there to back you up, then really whatever you do is kind of not worthless, but it's very much hindered by the fact that your AM driver is possibly that bit slower. So maybe a little bit of work there for the senior driver of the 24 to get to grips, and well, maybe lesson learnt. Don't just dive into the track that you're racing for 4 hours on the day of. Maybe at least set some time aside earlier in the week or beforehand to at least try and learn the track. But at least they're having fun. It's nice to have a family duo out there on the track, and yeah, they're having fun.
Who needs practice? That's not necessary. Not at all. I mean, that's pretty much been the key to this race, I would say, so far, is practice and experience. Those who have set the most laps here seem to have the most data, seem to have the most knowledge about what was the best way to attack this 4-hour race. That's why I love these 4-hour marks. It's kind of, 6 hours and 3 hours are kind of the common number. I really love these 4-hour numbers because it adds that little bit of a twist to it, where sometimes you can hit that 2 stops. Sometimes an undercut and taking 4 stops is quicker. Like in these 4-hour races, there's a little bit more strategy at play in these races, and it really makes it where, putting in your homework, putting in your time, learning and realizing what the fastest way to complete 4 hours. Not the fastest way to complete a stint, not the fastest way to complete the track, was the fastest way to complete 4 hours. And that's something that a lot of people seem to really struggle with, is finding what's the fastest way to hit the checkered flag, not just the fastest way to set a lap. And it definitely is interesting to as we're seeing it unfold here. And as you mentioned, not a severe learning the racetrack the day before or the day of is definitely not ideal for any team, on any driver. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're pro, am, rookie, new, old, veteran, whatever. typically don't want to be setting laps right at the last seconds. We're looking maybe a dive up the inside here from the Bentley. Going to get it done up into P4 now. I would like to keep in mind, both of these cars are a lap down. That's how much of a lead that Yannick and Max Leinard and Christian Mayer have at the moment. And I believe that Mayer is like kind of just in a no man's land in the middle right now. That is just how much of a lead that Yannick and Max have in the 107, the 172. They are gone. Literally a full lap ahead of the rest of the field. It is a world of their own. The gap now up to 14.5 seconds for the overall lead. Yannick just putting in a mega stint here. We should be seeing still about another 30 minutes in this stint before pit stops happen. So you know that Max Leinart and crew are just hoping and waiting for Yannick to get out of that car, and are hoping that Simon is not the faster of the two. You really never know with that car who's going to be the fastest between Stefan, Yannick, Simon. It's just every time they come out, someone's just really fast. And this time around, it's obviously Yannick. It appears. I mean, at least Max Leinart again hopes that it's Yannick that is the extremely fast driver, and that Simon is not quite on his pace.
Yeah, that trio together are quite deadly. The 22 now has got past the 24 BMW in GT4. Andrew Shaw making that move in the final sector. The 24 responding into turn 1 with an almighty dive bomb. Blew past the apex of turn 1. Almost met the wall on the outside, but that was an attempt, I guess. But fortunately now that 24 has slipped to the bottom of the pile there in GT4, with that 22 being promoted then into 19th overall, third in class. A bit of a distance away from first and second. I think as they come over the sector time, yeah, they're 30 seconds behind P2 in GT4, so a bit of a distance for them to catch up to.
I gotta wonder if you're a driver who's learning this racetrack and you're being thrown into a GT4 car with fierce GT3 cars coming around you, just how scared are you? Like, I mean, realistically speaking, if you're just trying to figure out the track, you know, just learn the marks. Where can I hit the brake? Where can I hit the throttle? What curbs can I use? What curbs can't I use? We have the 981 around. I'm trying to list here. Around at the top of the hill. Let's get the helicopter cam looking over there. Ooh, a little bit of a naughty merge there, getting in the way of their teammate Max Leinart. That's going to slow him down about a second there. Daniel Zlatnik, what happened to this machine? Hopefully the replay catches it whenever we jump back. This game takes so long. Oh, slide. Ooh, parked backwards right in the middle of the racetrack. You just never want that. Luckily nobody was coming, was able to get off before the field came. That's an awkward moment there to get stuck in.
Yeah, that's kind of unnerving. You're thankfully just off the racing line to the left there, but as a racer going around that corner, you're in a pretty awkward situation.
That was weird. We came out of the replay and it just had me looking at a tree.
Pretty foliage around here. I wonder if you can find the aforementioned water park that gets mentioned literally every single F1 race.
Oh yes, yes. There's a water park just
off of
turn 5 here. Yes.
Yeah.
We will.
every F1 race is a mention of the water park.
Find it right quick.
Always is, but there is a drive-through penalty then for the 414 car. Not seeing anything in race control, so I think that's another track limits incident. Indeed it is. Nothing in the race control, so Yep, track limits again, catching out another car, that 414 there with a drive-through penalty. They're 9 seconds ahead of the 53 and a further 11 ahead of the 991. That drive-through penalty should put them in and around that 991 Lexus there, so it's going to drop them a couple of places, it looks like, and
I mean,
yeah, Martin's only been in the car for a couple of moments.
Show me a better seat in the house than right here on top of the water slide, watching race cars come through turn 4 and 5, and then you can just go down the slide, down the slide. Man, this is a long slide. I can see why they talk about this as being a
This is a premier
cool
feature
water park.
Hungaroring, area.
It is a lot of cool water slides up here.
Yeah.
The top of the hill. Whoa, now that.
Oh. Look at that.
That doesn't look safe. I am mildly confused and scared as to what's happening right there.
I kind of want to go look at it on Google Earth or find an image to see. Obviously, they've made this, so this has obviously come from some reference photos of a sort.
Yeah, like you can clearly see how that they crop this as its own thing. They explicitly put it in on purpose.
Yeah. You
so
can see the box. That
I am curious as to what that is supposed to do. I hope that you don't have a slide that has 3 exits that you just randomly get thrown into, and one of them has a loop on it. That would be a bit scary.
I kind of want to do that if that's true. Might just, you go for the racing, you stay for the water park.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
I hate that all the people face the camera. Freaks me out.
Yeah, and they do that in literally every game too. Like it isn't just an ACC thing; it is in every game.
They're right at you. They're always judging you.
I mean, I now have to look up an image of this water park and see if that is exactly how it is. So we're gonna sit on this camera for just a moment. Hopefully you all don't mind too much.
The better of interest has grabbed you.
Oh my god, it's exactly like that.
Is that not dangerous?
I'm going to screenshot this and put it on the stream for just a temporary moment, because this is too weird to not put on the stream for a temporary moment.
Oh, I found the photo, so it is separate. It's separate water slides, thankfully, but a curious design.
I'm confused by the twisty bit, like how it goes up and over.
No, because I think it is naturally on a slope. You can see the stairs next to it on the right hand side above it.
Yes.
So I think what it's doing is that the green one is going in the ground. You see how it disappears? I think it's going deeper, and the purple ones are still at a incline going down, but I think it's modulating so they can do the little twisty things, as opposed to actually going upwards. It's still going down, just less down.
Okay, yeah, okay, I see what you mean now. Like I'm looking at it with like 3D, like actual images of it, and I see what you mean now. How the game doesn't quite represent it.
Yeah, it's certainly better than the game's version. Imagine going down the slide and then, I don't know, you get trapped in between 2 options. gets your leg goes down one, your leg goes down the other. Oh, what happens there?
It would not be a good day,
No.
just to say the least. That would not result in a day. I know that I would feel very sore after that.
It wouldn't be ideal. There's a yellow flag briefly for the 994 out of the penultimate corner. They just had a little spin on their own. Didn't cost them anything though, apart from a little bit of pride, possibly.
So yes, you are correct regarding the 8. Ruben was on the double stinted set, so hopped on to a worn set of tires to run their stint. That's bold. I'll give you that one. Rather than having one driver just double stint the set on their own, I mean, to hop on and run your full stint on a second series set is definitely a risky call, to say the least.
Yeah, interesting one that. We often see in real life that when it's raining, you try and keep that driver who's out there for as long as possible because they know the conditions. They know they've already gathered the last stint's worth of data about how the track is handling. When you put a new person in, they have to spend the next 5 laps investigating and being cautious and maybe getting caught out by the variables out there. And that's the same with worn tires. Everyone knows what fresh tires feel like. We all know what that's like, but when you hop in with a full tank of fuel and then tires which have already done 1 hour's worth of driving, it's a little bit tricky. It's a bit more, it's adding an extra hazard, an extra danger than what you really need to. But if you need to meet that minimum drive time, then that's sort of the thing you have to factor in. But
the thing is too that that's something that's really hard to practice. It's really the only way that you can practice hopping in on a worn set of tires is performing a driver swap. You know, practicing by having your driver run a stint and then you run a stint on their set of tires. There's really no other way to practice that. Because obviously, you know, you can run on your own worn tires, but that's a set of tires that you wore. You know, that was your driving style, you doing it, you wore that set of tires. Whereas someone else wearing your set of tires is definitely it's gonna be hard to get used to. Because everyone has slightly different driving styles. Everyone wears tires slightly different, you know. I find that I use my my front inside tire, like in a track like Hungaroring where it's primarily right-hand corners, I will use my front right a lot more than most people will, I find, because I like to use the brakes to help turn the car through the corner a lot more than my normal co-driver. So like if we were to try to do something like that where someone gets onto my set of tires, it would just be disastrous because my front right's going to be murdered and they're just not going to be ready for it. So definitely it's an interesting strategy call to get onto a worn set of tires, and I respect it. Definitely not something that everyone will do.
I'm sure it's something they've practiced, like you say. If you're the one wearing out those sets of tires and then going onto that stint on the worn tires, you're already accustomed to how those tires feel. It's not so much of a harsh awakening when you pop on for your first time with already worn tires. Whilst you were talking about that, the 414 Porsche's just got past the 991 Lexus. That's Connor Martin, who had that drive-through penalty, so they're making up for lost time already. They're about 6 seconds behind the 53 Bentley, but they're in the pit lane anyway. So that's a jump forward position for them. That 53 in a bit of an odd space. We've got an hour and 40 to go, so there's no way they can get to the end. I would
Yeah,
be very
that's
surprised if they can. So they got one more to go as well.
yeah, that's definitely you're still gonna have to make one more stop if you're in that car. I wonder if they're trying to do something with driver stints or maybe with the double stint tire. Maybe they're trying to undercut on this, for the double stint. But yeah, it's definitely this is an odd time scale to be hitting in. I mean, you're at about an hour since the last pit stop, I would imagine. Also, I don't quite remember the last time that they pit. I wish that was something that ACC tracked was whenever cars pit, so I can go back and I can see, you know, okay, when did they pit? What was the time? That would be nice if it was something that the game tracked. Was that? We have a line of cars here. We have 17, the 414, and the 107. These are 3 cars on 3 different laps, all in a line right here. This is a part of endurance racing that is always fun to see towards the end of these races. Is whenever you have cars that are on similar pace, but completely have had different races. The 981 is around and parked once again. Stuck broadside coming out of turn 3. It's the car rolling once again. We're going to back this up and rewatch this.
Yeah, and something happened to the 414 as well. Martin got either tapped around or spun on his own there to the final corner. Not too sure.
Nice game. It took the replay back all the way to the final corner.
I think it tries to give you the last 30 seconds or so.
Sometimes I think this one's going for like the last like minute and a half. Big time moment there. It was a good job to not fully smash it in the wall, but also it was a good job to keep it on the inside and not come back onto the racing line.
Yeah, just a little hello to the wall there. Yeah, big twitch through the kink. Corrected it, but regained all the grip, and actually another little bonk anyway on trying to get out. The 414 that had a wobble during the final corner, that was due to a frame drop. Apparently, the 414 having a major frame drop. Apologizing for any incidents caused, so possibly they got tangled up there with maybe the 35 or the Lexus that they were around to the 991. So a little bit of commotion there, but when you have frame drops mid corner, it's kind of the worst thing. You sort of have to predict where the car is going to be because you're not quite sure.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really scary, especially if you're racing around others. It makes it really tricky to know exactly what to do or how to do. Those are those cases where you just, you kind of hope to just drive it as you normally would and hope it comes out on the other side fine.
Yeah, and diving it to the inside is that 414. Made a move. The Lexus covered the inside a little bit, then gave the room. Porsche dove it down the inside again, down into turn 2, gets that move done. Doesn't go as wide as we saw other cars do earlier on in this race. Manages to get to the apex at turn 2 and 3, gets that move done. Back into 13th. They go as we go up and over the crest at turn 4. I'm not quite sure. No, we didn't get a second time there. That's kind of annoying. Oh no,
993 just went wide down the hill. This is just behind the 414 that we just saw a move make. The 8 car is now jumped up into the 8th position.
At 46 is looking really quite good right now. Last lap was a 46.8. The leaders are doing 45s right now, but third place did a 49.1, possibly being held up with traffic there on that last lap for the 35 Porsche. But really, this 46, which did qualify in the top 3, is working its way back to that podium spot where I feel like they belong in that Snail Esports car there. They're slowly bringing up the gap. It's now under 5 seconds, and just a little bit quicker each lap. We'll see whether or not that 46 can catch up to the Porsche.
I mean, it's there. You can see the Porsche. It's just up the road. Not the one that's right in front of us, but the second car up the road is the one he's trying to run down. But the gap is there. Once you can, like, there's this thing we were talking about it at Spa. Once you can see the car out your windshield, it's just that extra little bit of motivation to just push hard. You know, you know that it's there. You know you can get it. You just gotta go get it. So there's definitely that change in momentum shift between the running on your own or trying to, you know, watch the gaps, watch the time to try to close in, but then seeing the car out your windshield get bigger and bigger and bigger as you get closer and closer. It definitely is a sensational feeling, to say the least, if you're a driver.
It's very much roles reversal. If you're the other way around, seeing that car get closer and closer, you'll have reference points. You have the relative in your car, so you'll be looking at it even if you don't really want to be looking at it. If you have your HUD up on your display, just seeing that car get ever closer, knowing that they are reeling you in and you're driving as fast as you can, but there's just that little bit quicker. Right now, 46 having to go around the outside of the Porsche there, making it a little bit awkward, but gets it done anyway. 4.2, then the gap between third and fourth at the moment might edge out a little bit after having to get through that little bit of lap traffic, but it's the same for everyone. It's really about luck when it comes to the lap traffic, about where you get them and how you deal with it, whether it's a GT3 or a GT4. It's really purely luck based, to be honest, but yeah, also it's down to the driver and the way they handle that situation, whether or not they're sending an audacious dive bomb, if they're being a bit more patient. It's still Not quite as yet. That P15 car there, that Mercedes, is trying not to get involved. It is a couple of laps down, but it's right there. Mm, Porsche, exactly. Mm. Oof, contact. Yeah, the Aston Martin coming off way worse, and well, with the time loss, you now have to deal with those lapped cars again. Like you say, the McLaren, the Mercedes, sorry, doesn't want to get involved with this battle here, but it can't just wait around. The Porsche right behind is for position here, 15th and 16th, and 10th and 11th here. They're in the sandwich here. This Aston Martin's caught up to the Porsche, but the Porsche doesn't have to get out of the way. It's got its own fight to deal with there with the Mercedes in front. In fact, the Mercedes are looking for a move there, possibly on the Bentley. Bentley's giving it to him down the inside. The Aston Martin trying to show the nose as well. Now the Bentley's. Here comes the Aston. Bentley pits. Yeah. Yeah, Mayer's picked up the pace then, the last 5 to 10 minutes. They were lapping in the 47s, 48s. They've now dropped themselves down to 46s there. But Luke Stokes, one of the fastest there, out on track of 45.8 for him in that 46. The 107 doing the 45.5. So only 3 tenths the difference between those two, showing the pace of the Bentleys right now. But yeah, you can see him. He's right there, ever getting closer, that Bentley, to the back of this Porsche. And like you said earlier about when you see that car in front of you just getting bigger and bigger, it just wheels you on, and that's exactly what will be happening with that Bentley for sure. There is a Mercedes in the way, but I'm sure they'll navigate that pretty easily. And we are getting close to that 1 hour 20, which we think is the sort of magic area, the magic number that you need to obtain before you make that second and final stop. Sorry, that last pit stop there to go 1 hour and 20 to the end. It'll be tough. Obviously, when the timer hits 0, you still have to finish that lap. And maybe even another, depending on where the leader is relative to you. So you still have to factor in at least another 90 seconds worth of driving. That's a good 1.5 liters, almost 2 liters, depending on your car. So got to factor that in, but I'm sure everyone here is already pre-planned ahead for that. It was Toyota who came to a crawl once, wasn't it? A few years back at Le Mans. I want to remember. I don't think that was specifically fuel based, but it's devastating that if you have an error or an issue or something like that with so little to go, maybe in that case it wasn't driver inflicted. Yeah, the Bentley having an excursion out there. The water park's not that way. You need to 180 degree it, and you'll go off and find it over there. But yeah, you got to factor it in. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, right on the bubble there. I think obviously the wrong side of 1 hour 20. You want to be an hour and 19 minutes and downwards, really. But we're right there, the 993 as well. The other Aston Martin coming in. I'm sure we'll see the 992 make its way in as well. So all of them on the same strategy, along with that Lexus and the 991 as well. I'm sure. Well, there's at least 2 in each car, as per the mandate. So there's at least 8 drivers out there collectively using their brain power to work out the best strategy. So I'm sure they've got this strategy and their plan nailed to a T, and they are the first to break. I think will make it. The car that stopped a little earlier, about 5 minutes earlier, might be on the bubble, but I think these guys here should be clear and home dry.
You know, I've been talking. I think the mic was muted on stream.
Uh-oh.
For the last probably 10 minutes.
Having a one-way conversation.
Through goes the 8 of Rebecca on hole. It's always funny whenever the mic is muted.
I've done that myself.
Up into P7 though, Rebecca gonna take that spot away from Rupert Hull, and now try to drive away, build a gap in that position. I believe that the gap to the car in front's pretty large. Where is this 69? Yeah, that's almost a full lap. So this is kind of the lead of this pack of cars here for 7th and 8th place. As the 69 is actually entering the pit lane now.
Yeah, the last of those pit stops making their way around then. So a potential battle brewing, the 994 and the 981. The 994 though has just come out the pits though, and could be on fresh rubber, might not be, we're not too sure. But there's a fresh driver in there for sure, so that 994 should start to pull away if it can. Bentley's not going to want to let that happen just as yet. Obviously, that 69 car in the pits as well. The 46 closing back within 4 seconds once again after that moment over at turn 2. And they look to the inside then from the Bentley on the Aston Martin, gets it done, the 981. Sends it at turn 5, gets it done and dusted before the chicane. Hopping over the curbs. And maybe we're just waiting for a little bit of time for that 994 driver to get themselves up to temperature and up to speed and used to the track conditions with the car.
In the pit lane is the overall leader here, Yannick Rambach, currently making the stop. Again, we suspect that we got to see Simon Shepard get in the car here. Obviously, if not, then they won't meet that minimum drive time. And so that's going to put Max Leinart in a temporary lead, but we still need to see that car come back through to the pit lane as well. Yep, Shepard is in the car. You see on the front of it, it's got the SHE abbreviation for the driver. So it is interesting the fact that the game can change that immediately. However, it does not change the timing immediately. But I mean, not that big of a deal, but it is kind of funny.
Yeah, we can wait 30 odd seconds for that to update. The 992 as well for the Aston Martin. So I think we're still waiting on the 991 possibly. I think, or then maybe that's all of the 99 racing teams that have done their pit stops. The 13 as well, the KTM, the leading GT4, also in the pits for their final stop. The 22, 12, and 24 will be coming through. The 53, Konzik, grabbed himself a drive-through penalty as well.
Here comes Leinart onto the pit lane. Just one lap following the Bentley. I mean, the Audi getting really good fuel mileage, actually. This is traditionally not a car that I think of to be able to go a long distance, but the Audi is getting it done here. Fantastic drive by Max Leinart so far. I believe that he's done the entirety of this race to this point. So they're going to have to do a driver swap here and let the last driver make this final stint. But yeah, I do believe to this point he's made the entire race. So 2 hours and 40 odd minutes.
Oh no, that was the 515. I got disqualified. I was thinking someone else. No, I think you're right. Actually, Leinart has been in the entire time, so we'll wait for them to get rolling again, and maybe we can see it on the driver little driver box.
Yes, STO. Stockton is in. Pierre Stockton driving this car for the final stint. I mean, we should know that was coming. That's pretty much a mandatory at this point. Where is the 107 at? Where are they at?
The 53 is in pit road for their drive-through, so they're getting that over and done with pretty quickly. The 99.
The 107's coming through turn 3 now. So that is your gap for the lead. Is going to be about 20 seconds, I suspect. As Simon Shepard just crosses the timing line there. Now we got to wait for Pierce Stockton to hit his marks here.
Both drivers who are new to the race. This is both their first time driving in this exact event, so be interesting to see how both these drivers...
18 seconds, yeah, just under that 20-second mark.
Yeah, interesting to see how both those drivers adapt to the conditions. I'm sure they're having good coaching in their ears from their teammates, but they'll pick up pace pretty quickly. So the 20-second penalty for the 994 is for avoidable contact between itself and the 981 car. So I'm not quite sure what the actual event was, but it was avoidable.
Would that have been the incident at turn that really, I mean, honestly didn't seem like that dramatic of a moment?
No.
Where the 994, I mean obviously it was contact that was made, but both cars saved it and continued. It's from lap 84, so it would have been 10 laps ago. I mean, that very well could have been from that incident. I don't know if I mean, we were watching these cars. I don't know if anything else happened, or really anything in general happened to justify 20 seconds. That Definitely seems like a rather intriguing penalty there.
Hmm. Yeah,
There's
I'm
no
sure the shoes of
corner. There's no corner that's marked down there as to where the incident happened.
There's been no protests from anyone about it, so I'm sure they're taking it on the chin and dealing with it. Apparently, the 24 has been in for its final stop. I must have missed that. The boom arm from my microphone actually kind of covers the bottom 4 drivers, so I can't really see it. To be honest, unless I sort of look around it or through it. So apparently, that 24 has been in for its final stop. Tadmore saying thanks for his or just for driving. He's sounds like he's had a happy time. He's they were the only GT4 signed up for a little while, but I'm sure the 24's happy that a couple of friends have come around to help sort of cheer on the GT4 squad, which is good to see because it makes endurance racing a lot more interesting when there is a proper multi-class field to contend with.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, 4 cars isn't a fantastic grid.
Proper.
However, it is nice to be able to see multi-class return to these races. Obviously, we haven't had it in a few months. So it is nice to see some GT4s on the field. The last time out that we had GT4s, it was one singular car in its own class that was signed up, and ultimately they didn't even attend the race. So, which really can't blame them for not attending the race. I wouldn't want to run 4 hours by myself in a class where the whole time I'm just worried about getting ran over by cars that are faster than me.
Yes, sort of. You sort of do anything on your own when it's meant to be a social activity, or at least with competitors, it can be, a little lonely. So yeah, you don't blame him, but it's nice to see. Maybe we can see this a little resurgence in GT4 once again. It would be nice to see if we can get at least, 8 to 10, have a proper fight. I don't think we've really had that in the last 3 or 4 races. To be honest, everyone really opting for the GT3s, which is sort of what this game was created for. Was to be the ultimate GT3 simulator. Whether it's done that or not is obviously questionable to everyone's opinion, but it's nice that we have GT4s. It's just sometimes also you wish that they were a little more popular, but it's very often that the slowest class in all multi-class is normally the one that's least favorable.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely hard to get a field. I mean, we're obviously not the only group that struggles to get GT4s really to enter. But it's nice to be able to see some of them arrive and be able to race and show up. And obviously, we hope to be able to see some closer racing between them here later on in the final hour of this event.
Yeah, still ticking away with those pit stops then. The 22, Andrew Shaw from the lead of GT4 has made their way into pit road, along with the 46 then, who must have made their way past the 35 at some point, unless they've pitted themselves. So many people making pit stops, you sort of lose track of who's done one, who hasn't, but 46 has made their pit stop, will drop behind that 35 back into 4th place. We'll see who's in the car, if they're going for a driver swap or not. As the time slowly ticks down, an hour and 10 to go. We're almost into the final.
Did I miss this here? But the 46 is through on the 35 now.
Yeah.
I don't know if that happened during possibly pit cycle or something. But the 46 is through and now has a 4-second gap over the 35 car. I'm not quite sure when that happened or how we missed that.
Yeah, I don't recall the 35 ever pits, but James Wood is in, so a different driver, and maybe I acknowledged it and just forgot about it immediately. But the 35 had made that stop, but I do think it's been done in the pit stop phases as opposed to an actual overtake on track. Christian then back in for that 46 car, back up to 3rd place, but they are quite a ways away from the front too, so unsure if they can really challenge for 1st or 2nd in this race, but what they can do now is try and pull away from that 35 car. They've done an excellent job though to claw back what they once had after the first 10-15 minutes after dropping back to the bottom of the order, basically. Done a very stellar job, and it's really a sign of what could have been had they have not dropped back. Maybe they could be fighting for the lead or 2nd place right now.
Oh, contact here between the 35 and the 13 KTM. It's the lead GT4 car making contact there. The 13, both of them keeping it straight, fortunately. But
yeah, a little bit of miscommunication about, I think, who was allowing one down the inside or not, but don't know if that was completely penalty worthy. KTM seemed to recover well and not lose too much time, but we'll see if anything comes of it. The 69 Don Jordan now in the Lexus. There's about 3 seconds away from the 992 Aston Martin. Was lapping 1.2 seconds quicker than said Aston Martin in that previous lap around. We'll see as they come across the line once again if they're as similarly quick as they were the previous time, and maybe that gap comes down. Indeed, 3.4 now the gap, it comes down a little bit. So Don Jordan with some good pace right now should be looking to try and take P5 from that Aston Martin with just over an hour to go here.
That's going to close up the gap a little bit for the lead of GT4, and actually it's down to 4.5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd as well. We're seeing here for P5, it's down to 2.8 seconds as the 17 car has re-entered the pit lane here. Of course, they pit with that kind of odd time frame at like an hour 40, hour 50 left in the race. So they're going to go for a little bit of an undercut on this stint to then try to run 1 hour on the last stint. Kind of an awkward pit strategy there for that car.
Looks like that Suto has re-entered the race. Question mark. The Nissan GTR is 88 laps down, has a drive-through, but where did they go? What happened to them? Can't quite remember, unless I'm just having a memory blank from the first hour of the race. The GTR, though, is serving their drive-through penalty. So at least they're still going, albeit, as I said, many laps down, but they're trying their hardest, doing their things. That's good to see, as well as that 8th placed Mercedes there, the number 17. Here comes the 69 coming out with the KTM and that Mercedes right there. Trying to deal with everything. There goes the GTR storming down the inside of the KTM, almost taking out the Lexus in the process there. That was a pretty quick one there. Of course, keep your comments and everything coming in the chat. We're always having a look at the Twitch chat. I think this has been streamed on YouTube. I think it is, but we're not actively looking at it. It's there for VOD purposes, just to be there so that everyone can look back on it after it's done. Because Twitch obviously deletes your streams after 3 months, a couple of months. So we have it on YouTube as well, and it gets saved there forever because YouTube is reasonable like that.
I've actually found that on Twitch we are now able to save the videos for the streams on Twitch.
Oi.
I got it. It's a bit awkward, doesn't work entirely. It deletes the chat, but it works. It's there. It exists. The videos are there on Twitch. But yes, YouTube, it's better quality anyways. YouTube has full 1080p for VODs. Twitch is only 720p for VODs, but it's like upscaled to 1080. It's a bit wonky with the way that VODs work on Twitch. But yes, both of them. Subscribe on YouTube. Follow us here. You can watch all the videos in VODs. And then clip and share your clips. Every little bit. Every little bit is valuable.
From Catalonia, a couple of funny moments that get shared around here and there. It can be fun to reminisce and, you know, not poke fun, but have a little bit of a laugh with others about what's happened in previous races. It all builds the community spirit that we've got here at GRG, and everyone's just here to have a good race. And that certainly happened. Obviously, little bits of contacts here and here, but nothing that you could sort of call outrageous today, apart from possibly the lap 1 incident. But that was one small mistake leading into quite a big accident, which is kind of unfortunate. So coming up to that final hour then, 3 hours done, 1 more to go. Mr. Max is in the chat. Hi, hope you're doing well. Your car is going really rather well. I'm sure you're happy with that one. Still mad about being killed by the Merc. Yeah, it's really unfortunate one that was, that opening lap incident. Obviously Hungaroring, like Case said at the start of the stream, that is very much a Monaco with a little bit of runoff. Everything's so tight around here that one mistake can really punish you. Quite the fair margin, but we're still, I think we're waiting on a few more pit stops. I think the number 8 is possibly yet to stop, and a few others. I believe all the GT4s have now finished their pit stops and in it till the end now, but we'll yet to wait and see how this will play out. Everyone finding sort of their own little area of the track. It does sort of happen after at least 3 to 4 hours in endurance racing. Obviously, bigger the grid, the longer that takes. But right now, everyone's within a distance which is close to the car ahead, but it's not quite attacking range just as yet. P4, 5, and 6 there. Noticeably, the ones that are sort of closest to each other. The 993 is a good 12 seconds away from the 17, similar to 994 and 981. A good distance, good 12 seconds between each other. Obviously, it does take a little while for that to update every sector, and obviously it disappears when the car ahead goes into the next sector, which makes it very difficult and very annoying to follow, but it's how it is sometimes.
Yeah, so I find for gaps, what I will try to use is the active lap that they're on. Like for example, like with the lead, there's the broadcast shows nothing for the gap. However, Shepard just crossed 1 minute on the lap time, and Stockton just crossed 35 seconds. So that puts an approximate 25-second gap, and they come across the line at 25.2 seconds. So that's kind of how I will measure gaps, is based off the spacing in the lap time.
is yeah, it's quite a neat way of dealing with things. I guess you have to do a little bit of maths on the fly, but I'm sure that's better than actually having to wait for the damn thing to tell you what you already knew, basically. But right now, everyone finding their feet in their own little area. And it's pretty calm for the time being. It seems like the calm before the storm we're going to get maybe that final half an hour of the race where everyone just seems to converge on each other, whether it's full position or not, and things start backing up, and it gets a little bit hectic. The 22 car there with Andrew Shaw, 22 seconds off the back of the 13 car, Gianni Lenz there. Someone I've commentated for over at RWB, along with Don Jordan, is a name I recognize as well. They are in the Lexus. But yeah, Shaw was a good 2 seconds quicker on that previous lap compared to the number 13. Whether or not that was traffic induced or not, obviously not too sure, as that 64 car now comes in for its final stop. They go past the 1 hour remaining margin, so they'll be home nice and safe this time around. But interesting to see whether or not that gap will be coming down. In fact, the number 12 car is equal distance to the 22, another 20 seconds back. That 12 car setting similar lap times that the 13 is right now, so matching pace with the leader in GT4, but a little bit slower than the second placed man in GT4 right now. Indeed, pit wall is a little bit better. We do have pit wall, so in fact I've got it running right now. I was the designated person to set pit wall up for this one, so it is running. Obviously, it's there for all our drivers to use if you want to have a look at lap times and sector times, stint times, all the information that pit wall gives you, a track map and all that. It's there for free to use, as we give to our drivers. It's almost like a little bit of a leveler, and you know, you can never have too much information, so pit wall is a very helpful thing, especially with your co-drivers. They can sit and have a look at the pit wall and just read into it and just see what's going on with all the other drivers. They can relay a lap time every single time if they need to. Bit of a slide catching too much of the curb there was Don Jordan, just wheel too much on the inside. You can see the wheels having to cross over there in that cockpit cam. It's quite nice seeing it from the inside of the car. We then now have a look at our leader, Mr. Shepard, who's doing a phenomenal drive out there, as is all the 107 drivers, as they normally do. It seems to be an expectation that one day when they do possibly drop the ball, not saying that they will, but it's you never know, maybe one day they have a poor result, we're going to be questioning what happened to them. They are very much one of the forces to beat here in GT3, and we've had that with the 200Q team, which is sort of not disbanded, but taken a step back during the summer months, because a lot of them are in of an age where exam season was a big prominence for them. A levels, GCSEs, uni exams, all that from through April, May, June, and July, and now it's the summer months. They also want to enjoy their summer, which is fair enough. But hopefully, come September and October, the 200Q team will return. We've seen them be very prominent in both GT3 and GT4, giving a lot of drivers a run for money. Finally, that number 8 does come in with 53 minutes to come to go here. So I think they are the final team to finish, or final team to finish off the pit stops. And we've got a little raid there from Flint. Thank you, that a little party of 3. Thank you for hosting the stream on your channel. We appreciate that.
I do believe the 200Q team, as you were just mentioning, was supposed to be.
They weren't meant to be here.
Yeah, they were supposed to be starting back, but I think that one of the drivers had to back out.
Yes.
And so they elected to not run.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but...
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but it's good to know that they are still racing. Got a couple of messages from one of their drivers saying that they're ready and waiting at the first opportunity to hop back in, and they've missed it a fair amount. Obviously, school and education sometimes or has to take prominence whether or not they want to or not, or whether or not their parents are the ones sort of instigating that. It's all part of growing up and things like that. Sometimes, life comes first before sim racing, but hopefully they'll be back pretty soon. It'd be good to see 69 car. There is called up a little bit to 992. There, as well as the number 17 on the 981 is there or thereabouts, within 3 seconds there of the Bentley ahead of it. And it's sort of agonizing when you're just as quick, you're trading temps every lap, every sector. You gain a few, you lose a few, you gain in traffic, you lose in traffic. And you just sort of end up in this little stalemate where you're just a couple of seconds back, but you just can't seem to go and reach that barrier and actually get onto the back of the car ahead. It's kind of frustrating when you hover around this little bubble where you're there, but it doesn't matter if you're 3.5 seconds back, because you can be there, but you're not there in a range, or in a position to actually attack that car ahead.
Yeah, it's definitely, you kind of have that fine limit of where you really want to be, and just the closer you get, like, simultaneously the more aggressive that you feel like you can be, but also the harder it is to be aggressive, because now you're close. You make a mistake or anything like that, you're gonna wash off the track or possibly make contact with someone, and so, like, it's definitely it's difficult to the whole process of running down and then making the overtake. But like we've always said, it's one thing to catch someone, it's different to pass them. And so that 3 second gap closing down versus that 1 second gap closing down, 3 seconds typically can be easier to close.
Yeah, we'll soon find out. So sort of developing into a three-way fight here. The 35, 992 and the 69 then are all 2.5, 3.5 seconds between each other. They all seem to be converging then on the 35, as the 414s made their way into pit road as well for their final stop. So I assume that's got to be everyone by now. I think so. I think we've missed anyone to call for their final stop.
The gap here that we're looking forward with now is between P4, P5, and P6. Josh Wood, Dmitry Bazugli. Again, apologize if I pronounce that incorrectly. I have to take a deep breath every time I try to pronounce it, because I feel really bad because I know I'm doing it wrong. And Don Jordan as well. These cars are all separated by about 3 seconds each. We're basically just kind of watching as the gap is trying to close down between one of them, see who can make the next attack move. It looks like right now that it's Dmitry in the 992 car that's kind of closing the gap mostly. They seem to be the fastest car of the three at the moment.
Yeah, what you actually don't want if you're the 69 is to catch up too quickly to the 992, because you want that 992 to catch up to the 35. Whereas if that Lexus starts attacking the Aston Martin, all you're going to do is allow that 35 Porsche to escape down the road and draw out a gap. So really, you want to be in touch, but you want to wait to see if that Aston Martin ahead of you can actually catch up to the Porsche, which is seemingly doing. That gap now 2.1 seconds between Wood and, well, I'm just going to call him Dmitry because, yeah, very much worried of butchering the final name there. But if not, that 69 will start attacking on that 992 Aston Martin, but you have to wait and see. Looking to the inside there, the 992 on its smaller Aston Martin
drive through there for the 991 being served currently.
Track limits, to be honest, this is one of the harshest tracks I find for track limits, especially in that middle sector. It's I find it quite easy to get them if it's one track, which I'm not a fan of when it comes to track limits. It's certainly this one. 414 in the pits again, possibly. I'm pretty sure they only went in about 10 minutes ago.
Gap now is down to 1 second between the 3.5 and 992. As you were mentioning, you definitely, as the 69 car, didn't want to try to reel in that gap too quickly, because then, yeah, if you start fighting, you're going to allow the 35 to then rebuild out a gap, and you know, maybe not going to get that position. Where now, for the 69 car, you're hoping that these two fight out for a couple laps, and then maybe you can go and jump both of them and get up into P4 quite easily, rather than just getting P5. Now you maybe can get 2 for the price of 1 if they continue to fight hard. And on the reverse end of that, if you are Dimitri here in the in the 992 car, you really want to find your way through as smoothly and quickly as possible, so you're not getting held up, so you're not having to fight, and you just want to get through, get the move done, get the job done, and move on to P4, and not allow the 69 car to have a chance to come jump you, who is slightly faster the last 2 times. Not by much, couple tenths, but is slightly faster.
Yeah, and that 69 car gained 9/10 of a second there just through the middle sector alone. And they didn't even do that much attacking. The Porsche went defensive there into that 90-degree right-hander, and that was really kind of it. I mean, a little bit through the middle sector, but yeah, 69 gained a lot of time to see as they come over the start-finish line. Once again, that gap is 6/10 between 35 and 992, and there's only 1.3. Again, another 7/10 has been cut out between the 992 and the 69. That's only from a little bit of attacking and defending between those two. So you're right, that Aston Martin is locked in position. It's made a choice that it's gonna attack this 35, and it's got to do it as quickly as it can. You can see it's dropped back a few car lengths deep on the brakes into the left-hand hairpin there, and Alexa's just there ready and waiting, hopefully, or hoping that something comes between these two. If they fight some more, allows them to just catch up a little bit more. They got 45 minutes to walk this up between the 3 of them, see which one of them comes out on top.
Of course, now you have the GT4 KTM getting in the way, going into Sector 2. That's exactly what the 69 car wants to see, because it's going to allow them to catch up on both of these cars. Maybe try to squeeze their way quickly through here. Oh, you have to take the long way around at turn 8. It actually ended up hurting them there a little bit because they tried to get through too quickly, I would say, on the 13. The gap 18 seconds in GT4, by the way, between first and second. Just kind of large gaps between all the GT4 cars, unfortunately. It's something that we saw the last time that these cars were out, is that they never really seem to get to be too close together after the first pit stop. Normally there would always be some sort of mistake, or a driver swap would cause one of the cars to fall off heavily, and they just never really were able to race after the initial the initial first stint. Is a shame, but is kind of a part of being the slower class, as you have to deal with the faster class kind of moving you out of the way.
Yeah, and that they very much do. The GT3s don't really speak to anyone else, that they will happily make room for themselves and expect a GT4 to move out of the way, which is not ideal. It's sort of some questionable behavior, but unfortunately, yeah, it's sort of what happens. And when there's only 4 GT4s anyway, you do sort of expect them to separate. Obviously, the more cars there are, the more people there are to fill the gaps in between the pace and the talent differences that there are between all the drivers across the spectrum. So it makes the racing more entertaining, because 1, there's more cars, but 2, there's more people to fill those gaps, where you can have one driver that's really quick, or one team that's really quick, and another team that's not as quick. And if you've got nothing in between, then one car's only going to ever pull away from the other. You get some people sandwiching in between, or being fast or being slow. It just adds to the whole complexity of it, and obviously that helps when you have more cars in the class. So hopefully we'll see that coming up. A drive-through penalty, though, for the number 13, and they're only 16 seconds ahead of the 22.
Oh!
The lead's going to change in GT4.
We're about to see the 22 car maybe get a jump for the lead here. That's a good call. I just missed that. I wasn't really paying attention. Yeah, the 13 car going to have to make a drive-through here within the next couple of laps. I mean, obviously track limits here, and yeah, we're going to see the 22 jump for the lead, and honestly, we could even see them fall all the way down to third, as they only have about a 50-second gap over 12th. I'm not quite sure what the pit lane delta is, but I know that it's right around that mark, so we could end up seeing them fighting for the second/third position. Around the outside, looking the 992, trying to take advantage of the slow traffic GT4. Use them as a pick, but instead it ends up they get used as a pick. Oh, and the 8 gonna try to sneak their way through now.
Yeah, that 8 a lap down. The GT4
oh, contact
pushes them out the way, though. There goes Gavin Moore pushing the Aston Martin out the way. They went a little too late on the brakes.
Whoa, that was a big moment there.
Mm.
We're gonna back this up and look at it from the helicam instead of the trackside cam. The whole last 30 seconds here.
GT4 trying its best to stay out the way, but there wasn't a lot they could really do there. But unfortunately, they were the ones that made the error, I think, there.
So, around the outside here was the 992. They're trying to make a move. The 8, I mean, they have right to try to race for the position within means as well here. Going to go 3 wide down into turn 2. Missing the braking zone is the GT4, and ultimately taking out 2 GT3s with it. I mean, I think that one's pretty cut and dry as to what happened there. And obviously it's between multi-class as well, so I think that definitely solidifies a last place for the 24 machine in this event.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate because they started this race so well. They got reeled in at the end of the first stint there. Shaw did a very good job to cut back that deficit that was grown in the first stages of the race, but yeah, they slipped down the order, and yeah, a very small error from the GT4 BMW, but with big consequences there, hitting the 992, and if that wasn't bad enough, the 992 hits the McLaren as well, and that was none of the Aston Martin's fault there. That was all instigated by the BMW, so expect to see a penalty come their way. The drive-through penalty has been served by the KTM. Indeed, the 22 has got through. The 12, I think, is still maybe 5 to 10 seconds back, so wasn't quite able to capitalize.
This will kind of show us where the gap is. For, let's see, there's a 12, so it's still 20 seconds. So
yeah, wow.
the pit lane delta is approximately 30 to 35 seconds here. So it's not dramatic. As we're looking possibly on the left here. Nope, not quite gonna get it. Back to the TV cameras here. The Lexus still trying to get their way through to P4. I mean, obviously this takes the Aston Martin out of contention, but now the Lexus in position to jump both of them, as we were just mentioning. Going from P6 to P4 here is definitely possible.
Yeah, they're right in contention, and as we're speaking, the 12 actually gets themselves a drive-through penalty, so even if they did capitalize, that would have been completely undone there, but the 24, I think, is a lap or two down anyway, so they will maintain that third position there, the number 12. So it's unfortunate, but it won't cost them too much in the grand scheme of things.
Don Jordan here still trying in the slipstream of the Porsche Lexus with the big front engine. Maybe try to outbrake down the turn 1. Not quite. Going to look around the outside now. Try to get a good run off of turn 1 towards 2. Turn 1's a really, really hard corner to get a good exit out of. It's one of those where, like, it kind of is counterintuitive as to how you get a run out of the corner. You got to be kind of more tight on exit than wide. The wider you drift, the slower you are, because you just lose traction the wider and wider you go. Big time bump there. Don Jordan using up every little inch of the racetrack.
Shows how hard he is pushing there, using every inch of the track, if not a little bit too much there. Yeah, taking a little bit of flight on the inside wheel over that bump through turn 3, but right on the bumper, then right in the gearbox of that Porsche ahead, it's going to be very hard to make a move through this middle section. You basically have to sort of twiddle your thumbs whilst you make your way through it. Make sure you don't lose any time. Actually, looking to the outside of the 35, scratch that. He's making the move around the outside. Takes the inside for the following right-hander. Gets that move
11.
done.
No, the Porsche's going to come back on a switchback and get through.
Yeah, Porsche did well to maintain composure there, not get too flustered. Excellent attacking move from the Lexus to go round the outside there. Dive it down the inside, just went too wide through the following right-hander. The Porsche went, thank you very much, I'll take that one right back. But we know that the Lexus possibly is actually a lot quicker than the Porsche through that mid-section of the track. We'll see if they can use that to their advantage once again. A little wide out the final corner for the Lexus. Right in the slipstream, no, there's a GT4 Camaro just ahead of these two. I think the Porsche will get it into turn 1. Will the Lexus, though? We'll see. Maybe the Camaro will just stick to the outside and just not want to have any involvement. Indeed, actually runs itself off the track. It's very, very nice of them to stay completely out the way of this battle. Half a second separates these two for P4.
We're waiting here on the move. I mean, it looks like as if it's gonna happen. I mean, it looks like it's inevitable because the 69 is considerably quicker, I think, in terms of one lap pace. However, Porsche is quick enough in the places it needs to be quick to not allow the 69 through. It's kind of odd to think about, but the Lexus is the nimble car of these two, it does seem. As through sector 2 they come once again over the big curbs of the chicane. That's really where a lot of the track limits are probably coming on this day. It's so hard to keep it within the island going through that chicane, and just a little bit of a mishap and you get a warning for a track cut. Even if you don't gain time, it's very, very touching through there. As again, I mean, this shows right there, the Lexus had such a run into the corner but not able to do anything because the Porsche's there. Looking around the outside of turn 12, gonna try to keep it, put the throttle down, still side by side, maybe got a nose in there. The Porsche goes heavy defensive, misses the corner, and through comes the Lexus into P4. Now gonna try to get the cross back with a run to the outside of the final corner, turn 14, try to get a run down the straightaway here. Going way wide is the Porsche, coming back on the racetrack there, almost finding contact with the McLaren there. That's going to lose them a ton of time, and actually, once again, bring the 992 kind of back into the question of can they find their way into the top 5 once again. What a fun little dicing for position that was right there. And again, you can see the Porsche glowing its highlighter yellow vest just up the road here from the 99 Racing team of with Dimitri behind the wheel at the moment. Oh, never mind. Big bobble on the curb into the inside wall. Careful, Dimitri. Don't pull out too far wide. Keep it inside. Nicely done. Pointed it back straight. That was a big bobble on the curb, and around you went.
Yeah, we saw that Lexus run the same curb a couple of laps ago, and unfortunately for the Aston Martin, a big bobble, lost the rear straight to the wall. That was you can see the damage and the sort of dirt now on the front of that car. They do have a lap clear to the number 8 McLaren, so they got a lot of time just to sort of coast it back to the finish. But I don't think they'll be challenging for P5 anymore. Unfortunately, that battle's sort of coming undone there, as the 53 is in the pits once again, possibly a little bit damaged for them.
What I am intrigued about is that we still have yet to see a report regarding the incident with the 24 and the 992 just a couple laps ago at turn 2. There's been no formal understanding of it from race control as of yet.
Yeah, nothing is yet, but the 24 is either disconnected. Well, something's happened because they're no longer in the race. You can see on your timing tower bottom left that there's no 24 anymore, so something's obviously happened to them. Must be frustrated with the way this race was going.
Probably just went to go watch Le Mans.
That's, to be honest, understandable. There's a lot of rain over there right now.
That is what I've been seeing in the reports, is that it is raining in France, which is not too long away from Hungaroring, in fact. Not terribly far distance, but it's nice and dry here. It's been a sunny day. It's kind of a change of pace for these races. We've kind of had rain in the last handful of these races. Misano was the last time that we had a fully dry race, I do believe. And before that, it was raining a lot too. We haven't really had a fully dry endurance in a little bit. But it's been a nice sunny day, light clouds off in the distance, with a 23 degree Celsius air temperature. It's a little bit cold to be at the water park, I would say. You know, you kind of want it to be more around like 27, 28 to go to the water park.
Are you mad? You're on about you Americans. That's warm in the Europe. That's perfect.
23 is not warm.
23 anything above 18 degrees in the UK, that is t-shirt, shorts, let's go kind of weather.
Well, yeah, I don't disagree, but you don't go to the water park.
Yeah, you do. I mean, you just go outside, but it's an option.
23 would be like, it'd be like 72 Fahrenheit, something like that. Like,
I don't know what that means, but yes.
That's like nice weather. That's like nice weather. That's not hot
exactly.
weather.
That's all it needs to be. It's just not bad.
No,
the
only reason why you would go and get into really cold water is if it's really hot outside. If it's not really hot outside, getting in cold water is gonna make you just freeze. I mean, the water temperature is only like the water temperature should be like 12 degrees Celsius.
You're missing out on a trick, you know. One of the best things I've done is go to a water park when it's like 5 degrees Celsius outside. That is good. That's a lot of fun. But aside from that, the 46 drive-through penalty, not ideal.
Track limit cut. They're serving it right now, pulling their way down the pit lane. Let's see. I mean, I think they had pretty much a lap advantage over 69, though. I do believe. Yeah, they still more than have that position in check. As we look aboard here with Simon Shepard, just cruising along. It's been a nice, uneventful day for this team. They're looking to go and take another overall victory here in the GRG Endurance Championship. Meanwhile, an eventful day in the GT4 category has led Andrew Shaw to now be leading following a drive-through penalty from Gianni Linz for track limit. Gap's been pretty much the same after that drive-through as well. Gianni's gained, I think, about a half second. It's really not been that much. So we have a car slow coming on the exit of turn 5. 64. The 64 car here gets it back underway. We're going to go back this up and see what happened to cause this spin. Just hit the curb, plain and simple. I mean, nice job keeping it out of the barriers, keeping it from wrecking too much. And I mean, it's a little bit more ideal than when we saw the Bentley parked there not too long ago, because the Bentley was a bit earlier in the corner and parked up backwards. They at least kind of made it kind of later on, so there was time for the other cars to react to them. So it's not quite as terrifying of a moment to be sitting there. As we go on board here with the 991 Lexus, who's attempting to run down the 53 Bentley, who's pit, it seems like 5 or 6 times that 53 car. They've had a rough day today.
Yeah, definitely the most unfortunate Bentley we've had. They just come out the pits for their yeah, well, seems like they're fourth or fifth pit stop now, and they've got Theo in the car, and he's a little bit under pressure from this 9.9, and it was 8 tenths at the start of this lap, and that gap has grown just a little bit now to about 1.4 seconds. There it is, 1.49. So they're edging away as they can, but the 53 is, there's nothing ahead of it for it to obtain, unfortunately. Only to defend now from that 991 car. We'll see how that plays out. Still that 20-second penalty for the 994 car. That won't affect their race all too much, I don't believe.
No, yeah, I mean, that penalty, they have a lap over the car behind them. It really won't change anything, no matter what that penalty was. So yeah, definitely it's, they should be able to just bring home that 11th spot, and then the 17 car is pretty much a lockdown for 10th. It is always kind of interesting how like these groups will form, you know, because again, like here, you know, we have the top two who are in a league of their own, then you have third and fourth who are in a league of their own, and then, well, third is just kind of by himself, and you have, like, you know, like fourth through sixth who's on their own, and you have 7th, 8th, 9th who's on their own, then you have 10th and 11th who's on their own. Like, it's kind of interesting how that over the course of these races the fields will spread but still separate into other fields. It is kind of interesting.
Definitely depends on how you play your drivers as well. Obviously, you'll see that most teams start with their fastest driver at the start, and then whether or not they go for a driver change or not on the first stint or the second stint, it really has a sort of power balance where you'll have one team which has got the faster driver in and will pull away, and then they'll put their slower driver in whilst the other team puts their faster driver in, and the gaps will close again, and maybe they'll overtake your position. And it sort of ebbs and flows. It's a very sort of fluid system, this, where obviously as an average there are teams which are going to be quicker than others. You know, the 107 and 172 cars as an average are much quicker than the rest of the field, but they still may have a driver which is slower than the others, and we're seeing that in the mid-pack, that some drivers are allowing the other teams to catch up, and then when they put the faster driver in, they pull away, and it just ebbs and flows. It's a bit like an accordion, just sort of coming backwards and forwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the difference in dynamics with drivers is always something that's interesting to watch. I mean, and again, like an example of it that we watched at the front end of this field was with the 107 and 172. Oh, as we're going way off the racetrack here, 991 joining a bit awkwardly. Gonna manage to get it back on the racetrack here though. But we were watching with the overall leader. You know, for the first stint, it was only, you know, 3 or 4 second gap the whole first stint. But then as soon as the driver swap happened for the 107, the gap bridged out to 30 seconds. So it is kind of one of those interesting things to watch. Now, something to note right here, this is first and second in the GT4 category that we're watching on the racetrack right now. The 13 machine here in the KTM is trying to run down the 22 Aston.
It's doing so at an incredible pace. That last lap was a 2.5 seconds quicker from from Len, sorry, in that KTM. Much quicker. He's there now. He's clawed back about 13, 14 seconds worth of deficit from that drive-through penalty, and well, when that happened, we thought it was a clear-cut victory for that Aston Martin. Maybe something's happened to the Aston that's made it lose a little bit time, well, a bit too much time quicker than maybe it was hoping. But right now, lead for GT4 is underway. The battle here, number 13, driving with a vengeance, it seems. Possibly not so much anger, but they're driving with a pure purpose and passion there to get past this Aston Martin. You can see a bit wobbly under braking there, the Aston Martin. Certainly feeling the pressure there, and well, you look behind you and there's this lime green car that looks like it's been built out of some man's shed. It doesn't really, it's not like it's not the most it's going to be a little bit of a scary car that's right behind you, especially with all the hazard stripes it's got on it as well.
Oh, there's a big slide there from the KTM. Was trying to catch up and maybe make a move down here towards turn 12, but unable to hold it through turn 9. Here comes some GT3s up from behind. That is our overall leader, I do believe, just behind them. Yep, it sure is. Gonna try to peek their way through and get past these two cars as smoothly and quickly as possible.
Yeah, a little bit awkward there with the Aston Martin going to the right, and the KTM allowed the outside line, and then the Bentley came to the inside. The KTM wasn't too sure where to put itself. You see it's dropped itself now about 2 seconds behind, as opposed to just half a second behind that Aston Martin GT4 car. But you can see how much quicker that KTM is quicker, especially through that middle sector. I'm sure they'll catch up to that Aston Martin. Once again, they've got 20 minutes left in this race. There's at least 14, 15 laps for these drivers here to get that move done. If not less, actually, because it's about 2-minute lap time for these guys, isn't it?
Yeah, they're running just under that 2-minute mark. Again, I mean, that gap actually just closed up a lot, so I guess the traffic... I was really thinking right there that the way that traffic was really hurt the KTM, but they actually managed to run roughly the same by the time that the traffic got by the Aston as well. The KTM, again, is going to be way better up here, I imagine. Interesting lines here from Gianni Lenz, electing to pull out from behind the wake under braking and then come back to the racing line. It is definitely an interesting strategy being pulled there, but it does appear to be working for the most part.
Yeah, it's done a very good job to catch right back up just, well, within half a lap, has gained that 1.5 second gap that it had coming over the line. That's, again, yeah, right on the back there of the Aston Martin, showing themselves in the mirror, left and right, just letting the Aston Martin know it's there. I'm sure the Aston Martin is aware that bright green, lime green KTM isn't exactly hard to miss at all. But it's got to find a way through. We know that the KTM is quicker through the corners. The Aston Martin, although not super quick in a straight line compared to the BMW, it is definitely going to be quicker than the KTM. It's not going to help if the KTM runs out wide. That'll be one of the track cut warnings used there for Gianni Lenz. So he's going to have to keep it in within the white lines. But you can see he's looking left and right, trying to psych out the Aston Martin. A much better drive actually out of turn 1. Could be a move here, but the KTM just isn't quite quick enough in a straight line. We're going to see similar looking to the outside actually round at turn 2. A bit of a slide going through the corners. You're going to hold it around there. The Aston Martin going to take it. Looks like it's going to chop the nose. Yes, indeed, the Aston Martin holds onto it for just the time being. It shows how much quicker the KTM is through the corners. It's lighter, and they can just turn just that a little bit easier on the dime. But seeing the similar frustrations like we did with the KTM and the BMW at the start of this race, but the KTM just doesn't have any straight line speed, and you can catch up through this middle sector, but it's so tight and twisty, it's very hard to try and make that move, showing the nose again into the chicane. It's difficult for the KTM. It tried that move on the outside of turn 2, looking to the inside. The Aston Martin tried to close the door there, but wasn't quick enough, forcing the issue there. Rubbing is racing, and down the inside goes the KTM to take the lead in GT4. The Aston Martin tried to close the door, saw what the KTM was doing, wasn't quite quick enough then. The KTM got a nose down the inside and muscled its way through. Yeah, a bit of a forceful move there, but a good send down the inside, and maybe we'll have to see that one back in a moment. The Aston Martin now getting swallowed up by GT3s and having to deal with that. It looks like the KTM is going to be let loose. Indeed, it's got GT3s in between, and nice clean air. The Aston Martin being held up by both those Bentleys by a little bit. Gives the gives the KTM a good 2-second breathing room then coming down into turn 1. The leader's now hitting 125 laps then. That's a lot of laps over a 4-hour period.
But yeah, with that tight move there for the lead, Johnny Lenz now gets through the KTM. Going to try to run away with the lead here, and hopefully try to be able to bring something home. I think we're gonna, big slide for the KTM. Every time through turn 4, there's a massive slide for this car. It really seems to struggle on the high-speed corners for some reason. The rear end of the car just really loose down there. Hopefully he doesn't lose it trying to push too hard here. You got a good gap, you got good speed. You don't need to run away too hard if you're trying to go and get a win here. But I think that we're going to take a brief break before the end of this race. We were supposed to take one about 45 minutes ago, but didn't get to. But I think we're going to take just a quick break before the end, and then be able to do all the post-race reports and such. So we will be back shortly. And we are back for the final 12 and a half minutes of this race. Happy to have you all here, the 28 of you I do believe that are here, and thank you everyone for the follows and the subscriptions today and hanging out and chatting it up. We always appreciate all of you. Of course, thanks to everyone who's racing right now and everyone who's been racing and everyone who's in the chat and having a good time. We are currently riding on board. This is for position here between these two cars. Let's go ahead and cut over to a helicopter cam. And how come it seems like every time that we see a fight for position, here comes the 107 just like, hey, by the way, we're the fastest car on the track by far, and y'all need to get out of our way. It just seems like as if they always find a way to show up in everything that is here.
Yeah, I wonder how many laps they put on the rest of the field. I think it is just first and second that remain on the lead lap. I think that 46 has now gone a lap down, so really both those cars, first and second, the Bentley and the Audi, have done a stellar job there. But like you say, that 1-7 has just got in the way of this fight here and broken it up a little bit. The 53 will be happy about that, but the 991, the Lexus here, is going to be a little bit frustrated having to have a Bentley come in way and disrupt the fight. But then it will hope that that 107 does something similar to its other Bentley down inside. Indeed, the doors open there from the 53. It allows the Lexus to get a good run from turn 1, but it's not going to be close enough into turn 2 then. Looking to the inside, there's going to be contact there. Bit of an audacious move from the Lexus there, down the inside, had a wheel on the grass, lost all forms of braking there, and went sliding into the left rear sort of quarter panel of that Bentley ahead. Definitely looks like the Lexus has come off worse than the Bentley, but that was that all happened a little too fast and a little too much there, a little too desperate as we are into those final 10 minutes now. It's very much do or die for a lot of these drivers here. If you don't make the move, you don't know when you're going to get another opportunity, but a little audacious there from the Lexus.
Yeah, just a little bit too far up the inside. Trying to make an aggressive move here late. I mean, yeah, I mean, you have no reason to not risk it, realistically speaking, but also you probably could have backed out and waited a little bit longer.
Yeah, still at least 5 or 6 more laps. The 992 is within 3 seconds of the 35, now within 2 seconds actually of that 35. And as well as I think it's the 981 is now just dipped within 10 seconds of the 993. That Bentley actually in P9 is lapping about 2 seconds quicker than the Aston Martin ahead of it. So that could be one to look out for in the dying stage of this race, along with that battle for P5. Here we go then with P6 then, Dimitri, who was about 1.5 seconds quicker there compared to James Wood on that previous lap. He is slowly, surely reeling that Porsche in there. 1.5 seconds, the gap between these two as we go into the final sector. 8 minutes remaining. We only have 3 or 4 more laps here. It's coming ever so close, but was there enough time left in the session, left in this race? Who knows? That 981 has seemed to have stalled out around the 11-second mark, so it looks like Makarov there in the 993 Aston Martin is going to be safe from that charging Bentley, who was setting some very quick times there in P9, but just seems to have maybe run out of tyres there towards the end, just overheating them a little bit and stalling out a little bit. 1.3 seconds the gap is between these two. So ain't much visible now, and you'll be able to see that ebb and flow throughout the lap then, throughout the rest of this race. There's a yellow out at turn 1. It's for the 22, Andrew Shaw in the Aston Martin. He's had a brief moment. There's a drive-through for the number 12 Camaro as well. That'll seal the deal for them in P3 in class. At least all those GT4s will get a podium after the retirement from the 4th placed 24 BMW. So everyone gets a podium. They're the ones that finish, so happy days for them. Just dipping under a second then. It will as we come across the line to that third sector beam. He's right in the tail now of the Porsche ahead. That police livery or police style sort of influence there on the Porsche. Do quite like the highlights of neon, very bright there. Looking to the inside is the 992. Isn't the way there. Has to go to the outside. The gap is 0.180 seconds. It is tantalizingly close here. 6 minutes to go. He's got a couple of laps here to try the issue, but he doesn't need it. To the inside at the penultimate corner, gets almost hip checked by the Porsche. Will be left to hung out to dry then through the final corner. He's going to have to bide his time. There's a KTM on the inside and there's a Porsche on the outside. That Porsche is a lap down. It is the 64 car which is running last at the moment in GT3. They do not pull out to the side, but looking to the outside, maybe the Porsche is making it a little bit difficult. Is this 64 possibly who's doing their own thing? I mean, they're entitled to do it, so they can do what they want, but I think both the Porsche and the Aston Martin here, the 992 and the 35, are going to be a little bit annoyed as deep on the brakes on that 64, almost taking out the 35 car there. Not sure what happened there, and this 992 is going to be righteously annoyed. Round the outside it goes. It's not even bothering. It's going to take one of those track cuts just to get rid of that lapped down 64 car, which had no intention of moving out the way there. Slightly disrupting this fight then here at the end. 5.5 minutes to go then between these two. Everyone else looks like they're going to be home and dry. It's 8.9 seconds to get between P8 and P9. It came down a little bit, but not by enough. 13 seconds to get between P17 and the 994 Aston Martin. Bear in mind that's got a 20-second penalty, so whatever that does, it won't be enough. 5 seconds between the 53 and the 991. We saw that about 5-10 minutes ago with the little bits of contact there. So 991 dropped back, has caught back a little bit of time, but 5 seconds maybe just a little too much time to regain with only 5 minutes to go here. Once again, the Aston Martin right on the tail end of this Porsche. It shows how much quicker this Aston Martin is right now in this stage of the race. And this is exactly where it matters. It matters to be quick here to get those places at the death of the race then. Coming over to start yet another lap. This will be lap 131 they start then. 131 laps of a track like this, I would probably lose my mind, to be honest, but a little bit defensive from the Porsche.
Yeah, I'm losing my mind just watching them do it.
Yeah.
It's been a really, really intensive and fun race to watch, though. It's been a lot of good action, lots of good racing, and obviously, again, a really good fight up front. Well, just good drive once again from that 107 team to be able to just go and bridge out such a gap. As you mentioned, an interesting decision, you know, that risk versus reward of throwing away one of those track cuts to try to dispose of that lap down Porsche as quickly as you can. Now you're every time you do that, you're running that risk of, well, maybe now I'm gonna get a drive through the next time around. You know, last thing you want to do is get a drive through with 1 or 2 laps to go, because if you can't serve the drive through, then it ends up, I think it gives you a minute and a half. I think it gives you 90-second penalty. I'm not exactly sure how the game handles that, but definitely, you know, it's a risky thing to do, but it can be worthwhile in the end if you can go ahead and get the position of 5 here. Still looking from this Aston to try to jump it. This is a great battle all the way to the end for the 5th position on the racetrack.
They can be fighting all the way. I think the number 8 car, the Solo McLaren, is far enough back that both of these cars can give it their all, and if something does happen, they have enough time to limp it home if they need to. So it's really everything or nothing here to try and take P5 away from the Porsche. The Porsche trying to defend that P5 with all its might, but the Aston Martin just looks quicker right now, especially in that final sector, coming out those traction zones, out the hairpins. It looks a lot quicker. They're both going to go to the inside then to get past the GT4 car. The Aston Martin will then move to the outside. The Camaro is just there in the way. It means the Aston Martin has to take the middle line. Not quite what it was wanted, but the Porsche leaves the door open. There's a bit of a hip check between the two. The Aston Martin barges its way through, but the Porsche did leave the door open there. The Aston Martin steams down the inside. Maybe a retaliation from the Porsche. No, the Aston Martin covers it off. Runs a little bit wide, but gets back to the apex. It looks like that move is done and dusted then. The Aston Martin with a little bit of a nudge on the Porsche makes that move stick then after a slight error from the Porsche down on the brakes into turn 1. Not sure if they're going to be able to defend here, or I mean offend, come back at. Yes, was a tricky sometimes. Not sure if that Porsche is really going to be able to retaliate and come back at the Aston Martin deep on the brakes through the chicane. Actually gained a fair amount of distance there. Back to the Aston Martin. These two are going to be going as fast as they can. They don't care about tyre wear or fuel levels now. Hopefully neither of them are nursing home any fuel related worries. Hopefully they've all got enough in the tank to just go as fast as they can. With 1:15 to go, we're going to be coming on to the penultimate lap, if not the last lap, pretty soon. The 107 is somewhere on track. I'm not actually quite sure where.
They're coming just behind the group that we're watching right now. They're just going through turn 12.
Just going through turn 12. There we go. So they're almost coming up to Lapham, but they won't do it in time. So it looks like we're going to have one more after this for the 107. I think, do we get +1 in this? I always forget. I ask this question every time.
No, it is time, and then that's the last lap once time runs out. So this is the start of the final lap on this race.
Yes, I just heard the call out there from generic radio man number 12 or something. So the 992 and the 35 will get one more shot after this then, but the 107 has started its final lap then. That is just behind. Coming through turn 2. No, we don't quite see it in the background there, but it shows how close they are to these drivers. They're going to be putting them down another lap. So the 107 and 172 have done a fantastic job there this evening in this 4-hour race. So we'll stay with the 992 and the 35 until they cross the line, so we can then check back at the 107. But it's do or die now, and with the number 8 being behind the 107, that means as soon as the 107 has finished, they are locked into position, but neither of them can come worse than P6. So really that might spur, especially that Porsche on, a little bit more, knowing that it can't come any worse than P6. So it might as well try something a little bit more audacious in the hopes of regaining that P5. So we come into the final sector for the penultimate time for these guys. The race has now come to an end. It's been a very quick 4 hours here. The 107 though, Shepard, Yannick, and who started this race? Damn it!
I'm gonna let you figure that one out. I'm gonna let you think about it.
Bollocks. Whatever. The dynamic trio. I ain't gonna call them Musketeers because that's overused. But the 107 squad are forever the ones to beat as they come out the final corner for the final time, weaving across the line with headlights ablaze. The leader has indeed finished the race, and 107 takes yet another storming victory in GT3.
Gap here for P8 came down to just about 2 seconds, but now we're going to jump up and we're going to watch the final lap here for P5 overall, see if either one of these two can make it done. It looks like that the gap's just going to be a little bit too big. I'm not sure if James Woods can really close that gap up enough to be able to make the jump.
Yeah, maybe not. The KTM then, Gianni Lenz, comes across the line to take first then in GT4. The Camaro actually coming across the line in P12 had already crossed the line. So the Aston Martin, Andrew Shaw, dropped from second to third in the dying stages there. Not quite sure what happened to him there in the 22, but it's first for the KTM, second for the Camaro, and third for the Aston Martin in GT4.
Regarding Shaw, was mentioned just a little bit ago that they had found the wall, and basically it destroyed the car, and they had to come back through the pit lane and do a lot of repairs to it after falling off of the racetrack. So that would be what happened with that team. It's just not going to be enough time for a lunge here from James Wood. And that is going to confirm there are our two class winners parked side by side down at turn 1. Nicely done by these two. Both the, as you said, the dynamic trio in the 107 and the HSP KTM team as well to bring home the victory in GT4.
Wow, that was hardly fought there by everyone. You see those times, well, as we get rotated through the out the server very quickly. It's obviously the common trait of a set of course. As soon as the race ends, you get rotated into the next one. But yeah, that 991 car finishing within a second of the 53, the 981 after stalling out about 10 seconds behind the 993. Charged up in the final 5 minutes to come, just 1.5 seconds behind that Aston Martin for P8 and P9. Of course, the 35 couldn't retake 5th place from the 992 Aston Martin, and a win in the 107 by 41 seconds over the 172. Sort of went unnoticed in that race. That Audi had a very quiet race along with the 107. They weren't in trouble for any of it. They just had a very clean and quick race. Of course, now as we round out this one, yeah, unfortunately brakes do fade, especially when you put the endurance ones on. Sometimes they do come to a close at the end of sort of 4 to 5 hours. Any drivers, teams, whatever, in the chat, if you want to have a little interview, be more than happy to. If you want to pop yourself in the waiting room in the race control section, I'll put a little, not a ping, but a little message out if anyone else wants to come join for a little interview as we round out this this broadcast here, and it'd be good to get some words from those who were involved directly with the action.
Yep, if anyone does want to come and hang out and interview for just a quick moment, hop into the waiting room on the Discord for those of you who are in there, and we will drag you in with time. Obviously, we want to try to talk to the overall winners first, so if they would like to come interview, we'd like to get them in as soon as possible.
We do have Max Leinard and Chris.
And Prager.
That is it. Always helpful when
we will drag in Simon and Yannick.
There we go. That will do. Ah, the 107 squad, eh? I mean,
hello.
It's almost a little bit repetitive, you know, with you guys, just a little tad. But
I mean,
congratulations though on the win by 41 seconds in the end by the Audi. Really, it was a 2-horse race after the first round of pit stops. It was you and the Audi all the way, but you just had that extra something over that Audi to take what seemed like a rather comfortable win there.
Yeah, I mean, thanks first of all. We did see that the Audi unexpectedly went on the same strategy as us of the 2-stop. We didn't quite know if they could pull it off, but yeah, the pace seemed quite similar at start, with us having the edge a bit. But in the first stint, especially, we had so much. We were so unlucky with the traffic. We had like gained 1.5 seconds over a few laps on P2, then lost 1.5 seconds back because they always got the GT4s on the straight, and we got them in the sector 2 or something. But yeah, I think from our second stint on, we could extend the gap slowly and surely. And other than that, had quite a relaxed race.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Hungaroring's obviously very notorious for being, like Kay said in the broadcast, is very much like a Monaco without walls. A little bit of runoff. It's an extremely tight circuit, and there are only 4 GT4s out there. So if you do happen to come across them in that middle sector, you are really rather quite unfortunate there. Whereas it's very single file through there under best circumstances. And when you have a GT4 which is that much slower, because it is obviously, and you lose all that time, it can be frustrating, but it's very much luck of the draw there. But you managed it well. There's a couple that came to strife with multi-class, but you guys, along with the Audi team, just you take your time with the slower class of cars and you work with them, not against them.
Yes, thank you. And congrats to the 172 for the great start they had. I mean, they got from, I think, 6th to 2nd place in the first lap. I think that was pretty good for them. I don't know, at the end, Chris caught up a bit, so the 46 being a lap behind. So they would have had the pace, but I think they got a bit unlucky at the start, which was a bit unfortunate. Otherwise, it would have been an exciting race, I think.
Yeah, that 46 dropping down to P15 or so very early on did well to claw its way back to third. That could have been a good three-way fight, but all in all, another win for you guys, and obviously you're also going to be very happy with that, but you're only as good as your last race, and they say that you have to start looking to the next one. Are you going to be sticking with the Boatley, or are you going to mix it up maybe for next time? Or was that a stupid question?
Is it is it Kyalami?
I think so.
Indeed, it is. Kyle Lamy is
yes.
next month.
On the next one.
I think we'll have a look on what car we take. There are like maybe 1 or 2 in question, and yeah, we'll see. Could be the Bentley.
Could be. It'll be interesting to see what you guys appear with. But until then, enjoy your evening. Congrats once again on the win. You were once again the class of the field, and yeah, we'll be hoping to see more of it because we love to see it each and every month. So until then, we'll see you in about 4 weeks' time.
All right. Thanks for hosting. Bye.
Always a pleasure having that 107 squad with us.
As always, and at this point, they pretty much have a permanent spot in this booth. They've been in here so much, they practically know it as well as any of us do.
Yep.
Next up, we have the P2 finishing car here with Pierce Stockton and Max Leinard. We'll go ahead and drag in the fellow TSC team car as well.
Hello.
Welcome in, everyone. I mean, at this point, you guys are getting pretty familiar with this booth as well. After the last few rounds, you guys have been up front pretty consistently and able to put in good time. So, how was today's race with managing traffic, having a little bit tighter of a track, and obviously with trying to make up gaps at the start of the race?
I mean, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Should I start or you want to start, Max?
No, go. He can go.
So yeah, I mean, starting P2, with the manual starting procedure, my brain lagged and I forgot to switch the car into map 1. So I started the car on map 8 and was like, why is everyone so fast around me? After T1 I knew, so I was back in, I don't know, P6 or P7.
That explains a lot more.
Yeah, and then I tried to get back in front, and the Porsche, and I don't remember what number it was, but the Porsche just hit me in the rear and it spun me around. Then I was P10, stuck behind the Lexus, and he basically was so wide that I couldn't get by anywhere, so I touched him twice. sorry again for that. Yeah, went back to P13 and then back to P3 with 2 stints. So I guess that was all right. I think I also got the fastest lap of the race, so that shows what pace I had in the car. But yeah, if you fuck up the start this bad and then have two incidents that put you back, you basically lost. But the race itself was fun. I love Hungaroring. It's a proper driver track, and even though it's narrow, it's so fun to drive. The other Bentley is just insanely rapid. Happy with P3.
As you mentioned with the start with hitting that Lexus, I mean, I imagine there had to be frustration building, like after, you know, especially if you say now it was because of a fuel mix, and then ended up, you know, falling down due to incidents early on. Like, sure, there was a little bit of frustration, you know, behind the wheel of, and you just kind of had that feeling of I gotta go, I need to get forward. That maybe kind of put the situation over the edge a little bit, which led to the contact with the Lexus, of course.
Yeah, it was kind of like, okay, I can accept that I fucked up the start, and then I got hit by the Porsche, and it was like, all right, now I'm a bit mad. Try to make up the time, and then I'm stuck behind this Lexus, and I tried, I think, for 4 or 5 laps to get by anywhere, and then there was always a bit of moving on the braking, which it wasn't that hard, so we didn't figure to report it. But he always made his car so wide and took the weirdest lines, so I couldn't get by anywhere. And then, yeah, there was that little gap in the left-hander towards the fast right one, like the S's basically. Then I saw the gap and I put the car there, and then he just pulled over, and I was like, okay, that's basically what happened. And then, yeah, I tried to stick it in again.
You got Alonso'd, basically.
Yeah, but I nandoed people too, so I'm all right. Racing was in the end the race was still fun. So.
Well, that's the most important part, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, and same for us with the Audi. Basically, like honestly, super happy with the P2 because when we saw the in quality the times the Bentleys were able to put out on this track, combined with the fact that it's basically the only car that can do 1 hour 20 minutes on map 1 on fuel mix 1. We knew, yeah, it would be a trick one. Then somehow, so Chris got Alonso, then did some Alonso work, and I got some Ocon luck in the turn 1 and getting from P6 to suddenly P3. So that was good for us. Then P2 in turn 2. And yeah, from there on, basically, yeah, kudos to 107 because yeah, there was no way for us in the Audi to match the pace. So the only thing we could do is try to make the 1 hour 20 work with the tank of the Audi, and yeah, hope we could keep the P2 alive, basically.
Yeah, I mean, during the first stint, while Stefan was in the car, you guys were pretty even in pace. You guys were kind of trading laps back and forth. The gap was staying about 4 to 6 seconds. It was kind of fluctuating based on traffic. But yeah, it was as soon as they performed the driver swap, it just seemed like something flipped in that car, and Yannick.
So there is a story behind that also. Is basically I wasn't supposed to double stint, and we did fuck up the chain. So I spent 2 hours 40 in the car. So yeah, after 1 hour 30, I was pretty cooked. So that might explain a bit.
Yeah, we realized that later on with the final stop, what just over an hour 20 or just under an hour 20 whenever you came in, we're like, wait a minute, why is Max still in that car? That's a really really long stint. Like,
yeah, so yeah, I basically did the 2 first stints, 1 hour 20 each. Yeah, to make that work, we figured out that if we wanted to have any chance at being at the front against the Bentleys, we had to match them in terms of stint duration and do only 2 stops instead of 3, which meant for us we needed to go fuel mix 3 to make it work. So yeah, we definitely lost a bit of pace, and the trade-off was one less stop basically. But yeah, at the first stop, we got everything set up except I forgot to select Pierce. So yeah,
I was sat there ready in the rig, and yeah, Max drove off again.
It's like I was starting the countdown for him like 5, 4, 3 before he gets the car, and suddenly like holy shit, I'm still I'm still selected. So yeah, definitely a tough one. I guess we would have had a bit more pace if we managed to swap correctly and was able to rest a little bit. But yeah, still super happy with the result. I think we couldn't have hoped for much more on this race.
Yeah, I mean, Yannick said it as well, that he was very impressed to see you guys be able to set the same type of fuel time as they were setting. And I mean, I was genuinely impressed as well. I've never thought of the Audi as a car that can go for a long time. So to see you guys get the same fuel time that they did while really not being dramatically slower was quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is there is not some big streets on Hungaroring except the main street. So not having you don't spend any time in 6 gears, so not having the max fuel mix is still you are still losing performance, but not as much as you would like on some track like Spa, for example, or Monza. So it was viable, but I think we definitely lost like made a trade-off of losing like 3/10 a lap or something like this. It would have been like maybe we would have had a chance, but I think the 107 might still have had the edge, but we might have been closer if we didn't have to do that trade-off, obviously. But yeah, I think Yannick and his folks definitely had that one in the bag.
Yeah, it was definitely they definitely put together a really good race, but you guys also put together an impressive drive to be on both second and third. I mean, Chris and why am I blanking on your teammate's name?
Luke.
Luke, yes, Luke. You guys definitely put together a really good recovery drive after obviously the earlier incidents and getting the time penalty to then be able to recover and come back and still get P3 is quite impressive.
Yep.
So the double podium for the TSC cars in that snail we were talking about early on in the race. They had a pretty good day today, I would say, for the most part. Apart from the couple of incidents with, I think, the 981 and the 53, they seem to be very inconsistent today as to finding pace. But at least you two guys had good days, had good laps, and were able to bring home a solid double podium for the team.
Yeah, we are quite happy. Yeah, the boys still need to get some more experience on the other two cars. But I think as long as they had fun, I think they had what we heard was pretty fun for them too. So that's the most important thing in the end. And I think they will get their pace and find their pace and be quick at some point as well. What do you want to say, Max?
I guess nothing. I guess we covered the subject. Yeah, again, as usual, a big thanks to you guys. And I guess we'll leave you to it because I think Shaw is waiting for his interview.
Sure, might be
We cannot-
waiting.
so
Yes.
we might not take much more of your time, guys. So
It's always,
thank you again, and see you on the next one, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. It's always a pleasure having you guys with us, and well, it's Kailami next month, and hopefully we'll see you for that one once again.
That's an Audi track.
Yeah, that's
there you
the idea
go.
is coming back, I guess.
Audis coming back. There we go. We'll
Right.
soon see. But yeah, thank you guys for coming out. It's always a pleasure, and yeah, we'll see you guys next time.
Thanks
Yeah.
very
next
much,
time,
guys.
GG.
Just echo what Max said. You know, thanks to you guys for putting it all on and doing everything.
Yeah, it's a
Greatly
pleasure,
appreciate it.
as always. Yeah.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys.
Later.
Bye.
And finally, Mr. Shaw, who you're having a good race until like the final 10 minutes. What happened at the end there?
Well, take a guess.
A wall appeared right in front of you.
It certainly
Very
did,
quickly.
But what led to the wall appearing in front of me, do you think?
Oh, you say something about your brakes, I think I read.
Oh, the brakes.
Oh, the brakes.
Due to a complete and utter lack of any preparation for this event, I mean, the whole thing was a shambles on our end. I only just got in. I don't even know my teammate's name. He's really good lad, Spanish geezer, Zardas. He's in chat now. Like, he lost his drive, so we teamed up together. Did about 10 laps each of practice. Came in, I mean, initially we had the correct pressures, but my game crashed twice before the race started, so it set us back to the safe setup, which was not ideal. So the pressure was absolutely gone. Race started. My teammate did great, got us into a good position. I got on with about 2.5 hours to go, or 2:20 maybe. Got into the lead through a lot of lucky incidents. I think the KTM had to pit twice because they missed a driver swap. It's like all going perfect, and then with about 45 minutes to go, I noticed the brakes had this little red square on them I hadn't seen before, which was a bit ominous. And then the braking zones get longer and longer and longer. It was like a survival horror toward the end of that that drive. It was certainly a fun experience, even if it was a bit heartbreaking. Just trying to keep that KTM behind me, but the brakes finally completely gave up, and I went into a wall at about 100 kilometers an hour.
Nice. It's a good way to go out. But
it was a true hero's death.
In all fairness, on such little, preparation, no setups, no anything, someone you literally met, like so narrowly before, literally just on the day of the event, and they're a DSRT drivers, so they're not, they know what they're doing, but also you don't know each other, and a lot of endurance racing comes down the sort of chemistry you have between you and your teammates can help bring out the best in both of you, and obviously, you don't know each other.
He did super well, because I think he told me the last time he had driven GT4, let alone the specific GT4 we were driving, was a year ago or something like that. So he came in and he did really, really well for such little experience.
Yeah, and with all that, you guys were having a really good race as it was until sort of the final hour.
It's not often I come out of these events feeling like I can be happy with the drive, but this one, we did really well, and I'm happy with how we performed.
Yeah,
and we would have won it had I had a brain.
Maybe. But yeah, I mean, these things happen, unfortunately. But who knows? I mean, a combination like you two that were so strong right off the bat, maybe that's one to look out for the future. If you two team up again and actually put some preparation in, that could be a very serious duo in the making, possibly. But it is good to see that in the community that obviously your driver and his, or your second driver and his second driver, obviously couldn't make the race, and you two came together, and you had a very good race there the entire time. I'm sure he had a fun time as well.
Yeah, it's the great thing about this community. Just he needed a driver, I needed a driver, got together, had a great race. It was good fun.
Yeah, it was really good to see. But glad you've enjoyed this one. The next one's Kyalami. Is that something that takes your fancy?
Yes. Love Kyalami.
Big fan of Kyalami. Lovely.
Last time at Kyalami, I disconnected and flew off to the moon, I seem to remember. So maybe we get a finish this time.
Maybe we get a finish this time. Well, we'll see if those brakes hold up or not. But until then, have a good month off, and we'll see you for the next one.
Oh, one final thing. If you want to see something funny, watch my onboard after I go into the wall. The wheel, it had to be upside down to get it straight. That's how fucked the suspension was. Anyway,
do enjoy that.
Have a good month. Great event again.
Yeah, pleasure as always, and thank you for coming out as always. But yeah, there we go. 4 hours to go. Yeah, now you could chill. You want to round this out, actually?
I'm part of the commentary team now, am I?
Yeah, round it out. say words to the people.
Well, another month of GRG Enduro. Another stunning performance by the 22. Didn't hit anyone today. That may be a first.
Yeah,
that may be a first.
Yeah, that might be
the fan favorite car. I think that's not a controversial opinion at all. I mean, everyone loves this
fan favorite is being a bit generous, but
no one
most
has
well
ever had an issue with
known,
this
spoken about. I think
most spoken about, maybe is
world famous.
Famous,
world famous. Congratulations to the 107 winning again. No one saw that coming. I for one am shocked. Absolutely.
They are the very much the class of the field right now, so it's up to everyone else to step up their game and go chase them down.
Well, we
yeah,
appreciate
so,
everyone coming by. We appreciate everyone in the Twitch stream. We appreciate everyone hanging out and racing. Obviously, this couldn't be done without you guys. It's just, it's just plain and simple. We couldn't be doing this without y'all here. So it's obviously incredibly appreciated. And to all the subscriptions today, the raids, the follows, the hosts, it is very, very much appreciated as well. Let's see, we had Flint donated a subscription. We had Z subscribe. We had a raid from the TSC team, and we had a handful of follows as well. All of y'all are appreciated, and every little bit goes into making the races, broadcast, and overall vibe of GRG that much better. For those of you who are here in the stream still, be sure to join our Discord and come hang out with us. If you would like to get in on the races, that's how you do it. You join the Discord, get in here, we'll hook you up. We're currently watching the 24 Hours of Le Mans live in a group chat. If y'all are interested, come hang out and watch the race, have some laughs, share some thoughts. Definitely that is the place to come do it, and we would love to have you all in here. We are a community first, a racing organization second, so let's build a nice community, and we hope to see you all again next month. Till then.